Check 1, 2, mic check. A little bit lower. Test 1, 2, test. Check 1, 2. Good on water and coffee. Thank you. I need oh shit, I haven't even looked. I've got fucking 0 dates out there somewhere. They're probably worthless right now. Oh god, they're worth 2 cents. They're worth 3 cents. I'm taking it back. I got good news. Hedging's great though. What's going on out there? How y'all doing? Yeah, baby. Hold on 1 second here. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Hold on 1 second here. All right, let's switch over to here we go. I apologize for being a little bit late this morning. I had to reset everything. I kid you not. My I don't know if it's all the apps. I don't know if it's operating systems. Like everything today is a process. Like this morning, I woke up at 3 a.m. That's what time I got up. And I started working.
Secretary Chavez Durema on Bloomberg TV now.
I started working at 3 a.m., right?
Bloomberg TV, a live stream link on the feed, just a little bit further down, if you're interested in watching that. Again, that's U.S. Labor Secretary Chavez Durema speaking there now.
My water heater turned off for lack of oxygen this morning, or sometime in the overnight or something, or the pilot got blown out or something like that. So I had to reset that this morning. But then I had to come upstairs and reset a bunch of like compute and stuff, right? And 2FA authentication to get into websites, all kinds of different nonsense. And almost anything you have, any kind of tech that you have today is constant maintenance of some kind. Anyways, I was thinking about that this morning, and I probably spent this morning 2 full hours on check this, check that, reset this, reset that, all that kind of stuff.
Time now at 9.
And it's just fascinating.
Eastern time. We get the S&P Manufacturing PMI July final read. Forecast 49.7 on the prior 49.5, with a range of 52.7 to 49.5.
It's fascinating how much time it takes these days to do anything. My internet's like that too. I've got 2 internets in 2 different homes, believe it or not, and I also have to move my devices.
Opening gate here. Amazon shares down around 6.6%. Apple shares up around 1.9% following their earnings reports last night.
But everything runs on the internet today. Like, not just that. It's like every device, you know. Anyways, let's go past all that. Good morning. How are y'all doing? Hope you're doing well this morning. I've got some 0 dates on that are almost worthless. They're like 3 cents. Funnily enough, I have like a $30,000 market hedge on, and that is green as fuck. So I mean, I should be happy this morning because I was trying to think of it. I was thinking of two-face. We all know that we're topping, and we all know that if we hit these high numbers, that we're going to move into some form of distribution. So we did do that with this big print up here. This monster print up here is where our target was. Our target, let me go down here and show you this really quick. So this is SPX Gamma. And we know that this is a local top up here, 64.50. We knew this earlier this week. We talked about this in the show. what we had noticed was that calls were being rolled higher. Calls are being rolled higher into last Friday. That's last Friday, right about there. Calls being rolled higher to 6450, 6450, and no, excuse me, 6500. Let's get rid of all that. 6500 was going on for the past 2 or 3 weeks. And what you need is, before we get to 6400, you need to roll your calls higher than 6400. So if you want to trade 6400, you got to roll to 6500 to trade that. Once you get to 6500, the next step would be, hey, are we going to trade 6600? And I posited that question to you, which was, do you think traders will roll to 6600? And the answer, of course, is no way. Even in a spot up, vol up situation, you're not going to get the roll higher. More than likely not. Now, as we came into this end of last week, what we saw was tempering of expectations. Instead of rolling to, as we approached 6,400, we didn't get above it enough, right, to roll to 6,600, even to question that. And then what you found was traders this past week were reining in their expectations with their call buying. They lowered their call buying to 6,450, 6,400. And what that does is, and especially coming into month-end OPEX of expiration, but more importantly, the end of the month of July, is the impact it has. It begins to flatten the market sideways. When that happens, you begin to rein in your expectations, which we did. We said 6,450 is likely the top of the market right now. And where did we trade this week on highs? We started to smash up above 6,400. Right? One push higher. Did it again. And then we got really close up here to our 6,450. We traded 6427.02, which is pretty dang close, right? 6427. That is what? Less than 23 out of 1,000 points. From where the call wall is expected, where you're not going to pass. You would also expect that even moving forward, if we recover, if the top is not technically fully in, you still would not expect price to break above 6,450, nor would you expect rolling of calls higher up there at this point. And it has been like that now for, I don't know, I want to say this whole entire week. At least this week, and possibly even last Thursday and Friday, the tempering of upside expectations, like we're in a bull summer or something like that, right?
Eastern time. We get the US S&P manufacturing PMI July final. Forecast 49.7 on the prior 49.5. Range of 52.7 to 49.5.
Now, what you run into here is, even if the top is not confirmed, you get a sentiment change. So your sentiment goes from, hey, we're in a bull run, right? We're coming up from the seasonal lows of April. We're going to trade up into May, June, July. And just like a curve, I think I showed you a curve. I know I showed you a curve like this, right? Of call buying. Now you're like buying calls in April, right? Buying calls, rolling higher, rolling higher, rolling higher. And then at some point you get to this, like, midsummer, right? Where you stop buying such high calls, and you start reining in your expectations. And so what you see is the gamma or the option landscape begins to shift more neutral. Excuse me. As those expectations become tempered, we begin to trade sideways. And then when we begin to roll down, people shift their sentiment from neutral to, or from bullish to neutral to bearish. And then you begin to get real money selling along the way. And you're in the middle of summer and the beginnings of a volatile season, right? So if you get volatility spikes, you start saying, oh, we're going to roll to the downside now, right? And you know that we're going to head into not only volatility, but you're also going to head into 2 months. First one being August, where you have limited historical average returns, and then September, which is historically one of the worst returning months of the year. In July, in particular, we just closed officially great, almost 3% up, pretty good month. The average is 1.7. We do take into account bear years. So the average is 1.7. So in a bull year, to expect right about where we closed July. Good, strong year.
5% now.
And that's important because if we had not, that would be a sign that things are not well. If July does not close above average or above for a bull year, you would have concerns that some of this is fake. Your best returning months must return those months if you are in a bull market, right? That would be the expectation, at least. So, unironically, this morning, I've been watching Rebecca Chong for over the past month. You've heard me talk about Rebecca on Twitter. You've heard me talk about her on the show. And she's been warning about hedging now for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. The rest have too. They've all wanted you to hedge. They all think that this market potentially has more legs into the middle of August, believe it or not. Not August 1st, middle of August, but they have been harping on putting a hedge on. Now, Rebecca Chong was probably the most bearish of the bunch. And this morning, I think she released a statement. She said this. This was 2 hours ago. She said, post FOMC excess sell flow and below historical. Oh, she writes, ready? This is the headline from her. Buy protection in U.S. equities now. Not later. Now. No warnings anymore. She's full bear at this point. Where the others are not, she is. And this morning she came out and that was the title. Buy protection in U.S. equities now. Seemed imperative from her perspective. She's saying post-FOMC excess sell flow and below historic extreme conditions warrant both a short-term downside play as well as a long-term tail hedge. This is right tail risk from renewed uncertainty and renewed uncertainty around White House and tariffs and just trade disputes turn into a hotter war. And maybe we do tit for tat, laddering and escalation, plus headline risk. So she goes on to say, the excess sell flow post FOMC at negative or minus 94 billion implies short-term downside risk in August at minus 6.1% on average. Historic extreme conditions imply late inning of a tech bubble. Extreme levels may not trigger imminent selling, but unwind could be violent when it happens. Given markets are only 80 BPS below all-time high with VIX at 16.6 and VIX cross-asset rank fair at 43%, I like to sell equity upside to fund short-term put spread as a short-term play with a longer-term put as a tail hedge. So her point is that not only does she believe that you should have short-term hedging, which we've already told you to do, but that it could be violent, could be violence associated. If you look here yesterday and the day before, I showed you this elevator shaft here. There is nothing here. Like there's literally nothing here. I also want to show you this. Look at where we are right now. Below the gamma flip, right? Price now below the gamma flip. So you've got the big old elevator shaft right here, right? There ain't nothing stopping us there, is there? And where do we wake up this morning? Blasting straight to the depths of hell below the elevator shaft. SPX trading this morning its daily trigger. If you look back on prior years, the end of the month and the first week of August is typically quite bearish. Historically, you get August 1st typically is a really big up day, but we had a really big up day 2 days ago, which is close enough, isn't it, to get that big major high 2 days ago on Wednesday close into Thursday open. So now you're looking at this big giant down move, and not only that, you have a short month in August. So this back tail end of July, you could kind of count that into this August 1st week to some extent. Now you see this big shank and blood down here. Oh God, I wish we were down even farther, to be honest with you. And by the way, I've got a hedge on from 630 down to 592 for November. I've told you all this before. We've posted it in the Discord to put a hedge on. They were dirt cheap on highs. You should be making bank this morning on your hedging. Your zero date's gone. I've got like $10,000 down in zero hedging, zero dates. But my hedging is bank right now, so I'm pretty happy. Or overall pretty happy. Now, my point to you here is further. She is stating that she believes that if we break below the triangle, that there could be even more right tail risk. So I want to show you that really quick if I can. Hold on one second here. We'll do it with SPY. Hopefully we can get a blank chart over here. Perfect. So we're going to go to a day right here. And Rebecca Chong is talking about something very important that I want to show you here. So there is right about here. Now, I'm not necessarily with Rebecca on this, but what she's talking about here is twofold. She's saying in the short term, and I think everybody else has already said this for seasonality at least, you want to be hedging this season, right? And this is September right here. But she thinks even further puts are warranted, lower than 6,590. I do not believe in that. I disagree with her. If you disagree with me or you agree with Rebecca, I would say you can, but I don't think it's warranted. I don't think the money is right. I think the money is good. You could do it with put spreads, I guess, but in truth, whenever we come down here, when we finally get down here to this 590, 600, I do expect some kind of a retrace, even if we break down below. End of year, we have a major correction, a second one, just like in 2018. But I still think you would get this 1, 2 like this, and 3, and you could reposition for that trade if it failed. So that's my only take on what Rebecca Chong has to say about, like, hey, you should make it lower than 590, like a bigger hedge on market. I think it's too early to do that. So what we'll watch for again, of course, is if we come into, let's say this is mid-September, right? Get a nice little blast down, bam, straight down there into mid-September. I still am going to expect that mid-September, October, this still kind of some kind of a retest of that daily trigger in the month of November. We'll probably get a little bit of volatility in here, but I'm still looking for that print to the upside. Some kind of a, hey, let's get back above that daily trigger and execute along for end of year and into possibly February. Now, if we begin to reject this daily trigger on whatever that retrace is, we can't seem to get a new high, I would reconsider that Rebecca Chong trade to the downside below 592, but I wouldn't be drinking that Kool-Aid just at this point that she's pointing out to you, this big right tail risk hedge. I would prefer to put this on in December or in February, and I am with her on that trade, but I think it's way down the road. I don't think we're anywhere near there right now. That's from Rebecca Chong this morning, but she's been the most bearish of all of these, Wall Streeters or whatever that are out there right now. Time me bring this up so you got kind of see what you guys are saying here. Now let's go back and look at where we are right now in the market. Take a peek here. If you have your market brief, you'll have access to this right now. We are in distribution, I think. We've been posting these with green or red as of late. Accumulation or distribution. If it's in accumulation, it's in green. If it's in distribution, it's in red. Well, let me bring this up for you again. That up here for you. Now, even though we're in distribution, the top is unconfirmed as being in just yet. And I would draw your attention as well to, I would still be looking for, whatever this downside move is here, I would still be looking for some kind of a race higher, and then to be told, no, that is the top. We're going to head down into September. So at some point, we'll look for that. It's not now. It's like probably in mid-August, end of August, something like that. Maybe even the first week of September. Could take that long to see that rejection up here. But I do think we're here. We're probably here right now. Probably a good idea that that it's over. But we are on this daily trigger here. We are the daily trigger on SPX. IWM and DIA are telling another story. They're saying to watch out for a rip higher, believe it or not. They're down in the dailies and weekly triggers. So I am concerned about this trade back up to the upside at some point. I just want to see that last, like, there's your top. There's your big top right there, and then there's your head and shoulders. You got your shoulder, and your head. I know a bunch of you guys don't like that, but I do. I like that big rejection, whatever that's going to be, just to confirm that we're heading into the season, and it's all over. Now, you've got a weekly target down below here of 608.75. You have another weekly target at 617.16, and we are slamming right now down into 622.43. I want you to think about it being Friday, and I want you to think about how we talked with two streams. We said you're going to need to hit the bulls with a big fat red candle, and you're going to have to hit them with a second one because they're trained to buy the dip. You have to have bulls saying, this is it, it's done, we're in the season of weakness and season of volatility, season of blah, 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 blah. This morning, you're getting that because you're getting that second candle right now, right? Wrap it up, bulls, you're out of here. Because of what? Because of NFP. NFP came in this morning at 73,000. The street was expecting 100K or plus. They were very bullish this morning on that NFP print. NFP print looked like dog doo-doo this morning. And I've been warning you to be watching employment numbers, not so much unemployment, but employment. I've been warning you to watch JOLTS, been warning you to watch PCE. PCE looked like shit. JOLTS looked, not so good. Not great, not bad, but not so good, right? So some deterioration underneath the surface of the market going on right now. And it's to be expected. You're also going to expect that the White House is very aware of the season that we're coming into. So we also have headline risk and White House risk now and further down the road. Today is tariff day, right? August 1st. Yesterday, Trump came out and the White House, Bessent, all the other players came out and started getting pretty negative yesterday, right? And we had some pushback as well from other countries. We have countries that are not responding. We've got countries telling them, eat a bag of whatever. We got a lot of stuff going on, and they know that they can do this on a market high, right? 64.27, that you can come out and start hammering the markets and the news outlets with negativity. They got a carte blanche from now into when? At least mid-September, right? If they can even hammer us if they wanted to, all the way out into the end of October. There's a wide time period for this seasonal weakness. So as a buyer, I'll tell you, as a buyer, you want to be way on the outside of range looking for dips to buy, and you want to be sitting on your hands, to be honest with you, until we have a marked confirmed bottom between now and the end of October. As a seller, we're switching. Every time we go back and retrace above to the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger, we're sellers. And if we can get permanently underneath this daily trigger, you're then going to become a seller off the daily trigger on So right now it'd be retraces to the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger, and also the last all-time high that we just had. And then once we're rejecting the daily trigger, we're going to be selling off that daily trigger and the hour and half hour once it breaks below it to trade that that weekly trigger, which sits all the way down here. You know, there's that 590. This is the buy zone right here, right? The big green box for us to buy. You know, I've got 592. There are traders out there that say we're not going to trade below 610, below 600. I've got at least 592. I'm looking for that excess capitulation from bulls at some point. So I think at least 592 is on tap. My hedge is literally to the pin 592. So I'd be max profit, max fucking profit, like right there, bam. And that's a 300% trade right there. That's a $90,000 fucking trade right there. So bring it on. The sooner the better. I don't think we're going to get there now. I think it's a process that takes at least a month and a half, if not even 2 full months to get down there. I don't think it's going to be as easy as you think that it is. I'm sure you will think that. And so I would say to you that the only recommend here would be, as I told you as a buyer what you need to do, as a seller what you need to do. The only last thing I would tell you would be do not drink the Kool-Aid along the way. Do not drink the Kool-Aid that we can't go back and test the all-time high. Do not drink the Kool-Aid that we're going to trade 5,600, I don't know, by October 31st. These traders don't really care about that. They only care about printing that right there. They care about printing this. So they'll tell you that it's going to trade all the way down there. They'll pack that shit up down here, run away, and you'll be left holding that bag. You really, truly, let me show you this here. You really, truly want, so here's that weekly trigger, right? You really, truly want to be targeting this, right? Bam. And you want that rejection up there, come down there, hit that, and then you want to close, take profit, and you want to wait to see if we reject. If we reject that daily trigger, we can then go back in. If you reject that daily trigger, we can then go back then and say, fuck it, let's start selling again. Now we'll trade the 5,600. We'll get put on a second hedge. We'll try to ram this one down to the downside if the bull market's actually over. But whatever you do, do not drink that Kool-Aid. Don't do it. Do not position yourself below 592. You'll be left behind, I promise you. You don't want to give any of this money back. You want to be there waiting Johnny on the spot, and that is not now. Okay? So 592 is the target. Hopefully you're all well hedged. I've begged you all, I don't know how many times, how many briefs, how many streams. If you are in a hedge, congratulations. If you're a bull, and you're like, hey, Cap, when can I buy the dip? I already told you. Told you for weeks. You're waiting. It's going to be a while. If you're not hedged at all, right, and you're like, Cap, I just want to buy that seasonal low, you got time ahead of you. You're going to be sitting there on your hands for the next, I mean, we'll day trade it and stuff, but you're going to be sitting on your hands until, probably at least mid-September. We're only on August 1 right now. That's 6 weeks away. If you are a bull and you're like, well, I suck at sell side, I'm only a buy side trader, we will look closely at some symbols that you can trade to the upside in this seasonality. We're going to probably take a look more closely at oil. So if you're a bull and you're like, well, I just want to buy a dip cap, or I'm getting eaten alive or cut up, because it's dangerous being a bull in these seasons. It really is dangerous. It's not dangerous, though, to be longing some of the inflation-driven tickers. So what I'll do is this morning at some point, we are going to review oil. I'm going to show you some charts. I'm going to show you some seasonal lows for inflation and how that's going to rear its ugly head on the bottom here. I'm going to show you the oil trade if you're a bull and you're like, I suck at sell side, Cap. I'll also show you some techniques to use if you're a bull. If you're a buy side only and you only know how to buy and you want to learn how to sell, I'll teach you how to sell over the next 2 months. And the easiest way to teach that typically is you literally flip a chart upside down. And it's a little bit more clear for buyers to be like, oh, now I see it. It's in the inverse now. and it looks like we can buy, or in this case, it would look like you can buy here, but it's actually sell here and sell here and sell here, and it'll look more natural to you. So for those of you out there that are just buy side, we will have something for you. We will work on that for you, and if you want to learn sell side, we'll teach you some of that as well. So let's take a look here. Let's go back here and look at this. No, and by the way, do not close your hedges here. Do not. I'm not closing mine till 592. My hedge stays on until we hit that number. If we hit 600, I might close it. It depends. I don't like holding those things for that long. If I get that big of a print, I may close it. But it stays on more than likely for me until I want to see that 592. I want to see that big fucking wick down there. And of course, we'll have to monitor. It'll probably be just like the top. You're not going to see it all day long. It's going to be like one day on a Friday at fucking 4 o'clock in the afternoon, like 3:50 or some shit like that on an OPEX or a month end. And we'll get that knife right straight down. It could be the week after, but we'll get that knife straight down. We'll close those hedges out, and we'll walk away quite happy for the fall and late fall and early winter. Yeah, we could do an inverse ETF. You want to do that? You want to do an inverse ETF? Hill tone? I never even thought about doing that, brother. We could do like SDAO too. I fucking love SDAO, man. I'll trade that with you if you want. Hold on one second. I didn't even think of that, brother. I love SDAO. I'll trade SDAO all day long. But I'll do an inverse ETF. That sounds good to me. That could help you out if you're a bull. If you're just buy side only. That was my biggest fear this week. I think I said this on a stream the other day. I was like, how the what? I was like, I know that a lot of people, right? Or how I feel about it is, when I say, hey, start putting hedges on, I feel like there's a lot of leak from bears. They're like, no, dude, I'm a bull, and you're like, what? And you're like, you sure you're a bull, dude? I wanted to roll right now. I'm like, you told me you were a bull, bro. They're bears hiding out, right? But then I think there's also a group of bulls that don't hedge, and I think that I feel like every seasonal time of seasonal weakness, I get a lot of like, is this the bottom? 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 I'm like, dude, did you hedge? Like, because if you're in a hedge, you don't care. You're just like, fuck it, print it, baby. If you're a bear, of course, you're like, short this, put spreads, put that, put this, all the way to the downside. But if you're, you know what I mean by that? But if you're like a bull, you kind of get bummed out and you kind of lose interest in the market, that kind of stuff. They disappear until the market bottoms and stuff like that. So we'll try to like appease those participants this time around. This year, I'm telling you what, guys, by the end of this year, you should be able to quit your jobs. This should be a good fucking year around the block. Like, this year has been baller. One of the best years I've had in a long, long, long time. So, what do you say? I was a bull, didn't know how to be a bear, then I became a bear, didn't know how to be a bull, and here I am. Yeah, we're back. Chase, I just read what Chase said too. He said, Chase just said what? He said, I'm finally making money. Congratulations, Chase. I know you've been waiting fucking weeks, dude. I would not be a buyer here. Like, you got to break the back of the bulls. Like, we'll retrace this, but I would not be a buyer. I'm going to tell you guys something here. Listen to me close. I'll say it again one more time here, okay? You want to be a bear. You're here to sell. Any retraces, like going back to fuck with all-time highs, you're a seller. You know what I mean? Hourly trigger, half-hour trigger, you're a seller. Dude, you're not a buyer here, I promise you. We broke yet. Yesterday's open is when we topped. In my view, we topped there. And yesterday, that second leg down yesterday, that was the one. It's like middle morning, like late morning. I'm like, oh, this is a place to buy the dip. And then like I get back to the office and I'm like, oh, I would have gotten annihilated in there. I'm like, that was the leg that to me, that was the leg that confirmed the gig was up for the bulls. For me, at least. That doesn't disclude a new all-time high, but that to me was the sell signal right there. That second half, like 11:45, I think, till like 1 in the afternoon. Like right there, I was like, that's it. That's the one I'm looking for. It's been painful to watch how regarded the market has been. I don't think so. This all looks normal to me. Like, this all looks perfect. As a matter of fact, someone said there was a Wall Streeter that said yesterday. I'll try to find it for you, but there was a Wall Streeter yesterday that said it was Google looks too perfect. They said the symmetry of Google's moves or their whole like I'll have to look at it, but the whole entire bull run for Google, it's near perfect. The market's to me near perfect. Is symmetry? I'll read it to you. I'll find you. Here, hold on a second. I'll try to find it for you right now. I'll post it in the Discord. I'll find it. Give me like 10 minutes or so, and I'll find it. But the market is near perfect right now. It's fucking beautiful. It looks absolutely like it looks like a textbook. It looks textbook right now. I wanted to expand upon that too because I hope this is the top. I don't like or want to trade a spot up, vol up. I don't want to trade it. I hate trading it. And not only do I hate trading it, I hate trading it because it all comes back no matter what. The higher you go up in a spot up, vol up, all that shit comes back. It turns into like a 4%, 5% correction, and it just goes up from there. It's like, okay, we're going to give back 10% now. Okay, we're going to give back 20% right now. Fuck, this sucks. And then you get this like late year major correction a second time. They're not, I don't think that they're fun. We were talking about 2018. We did something like that in 2018. And it was terrible. It was awful. You literally sell into the last day of the year. It is fucking disgusting. And you feel I guess if you're sell side, you feel good. But the rest of the market, 70% of participants, they were devastated in 2018 when that happened. Now, there is something we have to talk about in this. I haven't posted or talked much about it, but I was looking at the I was looking at the spot up vol up trade, and then I was thinking about next year, and I was looking at I think maybe I did post this yesterday on Twitter. So I was looking at the late 90s, and I was looking at monthly and quarterly velocity. It is really fucking up there, and I was trying to figure out if like there's argument that we're in a new bull market. Listen to that closely. We're in a new bull market. And just that statement. Here, let's go over here. Sorry about that. I'll bring this closer. Hold on here, guys. Remember 10 a.m., okay? Hold on here. There's 10 buyers stepping in at 10. You know they're going to step in, right? You know they're going to step in at 10. I'm letting you know they're going to step in at 10 a.m. Let's put that right there. This is S3, by the way. We're sitting right on S3. I do want you to realize that there's a contingent of traders out there that think we're in a new bull market. And I was like, no fucking way. I was like, we're so close to a top, it's not even funny. I can accept the blow off top. So how do I accept that we're in a new bull market? Like the only answer I could figure out, and I don't think we can trade it right now. I don't think it can be traded. I think we can look for it, but it would be something similar to what happened in this past spring. And it would be reminiscent of the late 90s, some type of trade like that. If you did that, it would be insane. It would be like you'd get like the seasonal low in next spring would be giant. It would be like like we did a 20%. It could be like a 30% down move and then a 50% up move. Then it could be like a 50% down move and then like a 75% up move. I'm serious, like something insane like that. And that would be where volatility would just expand huge. It's wild. And we did that this spring. We went down in about a month and a half, or a month and a half, 2 months for Feb 14, right? Feb 18th until mid-April, right? So in 2 months, we lost 20%. We gained all that shit back this summer and then some, didn't we? So we got a 20% down move. Let's measure what we got here. Let me look at this. And this is, let me see if I can show you this. I don't think we're in the late 90s, but we could be. My contention here is that we do this nice little pullback. We have your fifth wave up here, and we're done. Big time bear market ahead. But if you did something more like, if you did something where we did this top up here, right? You do like that 680 thing, 720. Your monthly and quarterly will be too high. So you would jackknife down here, and then you'd have an even bigger trade. I don't think we're going to do that, but this would be very reminiscent of, you know, just like massive expansion in volatility. I don't think it's there, but I guess you never know. We'll deal with it when we get there. It's not in my plans. My plans are this market is done once we get to December, and we do the blow off top when we're done. You do this thing up here. There's your fifth wave, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're just done. Market's gone, and then we go right down there. We'll jackknife down, fill this summer high, and then sell the fuck out of this out of 2026, 2027 as well. This is not accurate to what it would be. I've already shown you what it would look like, but you get the picture, right? So I'm trying to figure out all those different outcomes, and the most valid outcome is not that trade. You'd have to blow off that, and the only reason I say that is because you'd have to blow off the quarterly and monthly, at least the top off of the quarterly and monthly accumulation. And there's no example in history where we haven't sold on that. Not a single one. So you'd have to at least take the top off it to do the big violent volatility trade on a large scale. That's the only way that I see that being true. So that if you hear those bulls saying that, I think that's bullshit unless it turns into that kind of a trade. And you can't take that trade until you get there. You got to see the reversal to the upside. And that's the same thing with this down trade to 65. You can't, all right, I can't take that trade unless we start failing that daily trigger on a retrace. I can't. If we trade 92, I want to see the retrace. And if we fail it, then I'll fucking get more bared up. So I don't think it's a valid trade as of yet. What else? Oh, you got it right here. Demigod's got it right here. He's posting some of the dimension of Microsoft. So is Microsoft, not Google. It was Microsoft. I got the ticker wrong. Indistinguishable from a perfect straight line. This is one of the lowest fractal dimensions we have ever experienced. To repeat, the closer that a trend gets to a perfect straight line, the greater the likelihood of a trend reversal. Yeah, I read that article. I read that article, Demigod. I did read that article, dude. I was like, God damn. Spy reversing right now. Let me read a few things to you guys right now. Oh, dude, my shit's coming back. I can't believe that. It's up 1 penny right now. It's at 4 cents. There's no way that shit's printing today. 430 or 637. There's no fucking way. I don't think so. Hold on here. I see us printing that 637. I just don't see it today. I wanted to see us print like 636 somewhere up in here, but I don't see that. I don't see that happening today. Maybe anything is possible. We got to talk about NFP. Let's start with NFP, and then we'll move on from here. I just want to get the data out of the way because we have a very low data week. Today is Friday. So let me just read a few things to you here. Hang tight. What am I looking for here? Let me read the I want to read the pre-NFP print. Tight here. No, I'll read a post to you. Post jobs reports today. Heading into this morning's jobs reports, sentiment had seen a surprising boost in recent days, with the whisper number rising from just about 110,000 to 100 or to 125,000. So that meant if we had a print that was above 100,000 this morning, it would have been good for the markets. We would have risen 0.5% to 1% on average, depending on who you asked, which still wouldn't have put us higher than yesterday's close, in and around yesterday's close. So it still wasn't a good enough print. Whatever that print was be today, if it was going to be a bullish print, it still wouldn't have been enough. The optimism did prove to be wrong. And this is from the street. Their optimism in that print was wrong. The BLS reported job numbers that were very ugly, with July printing just 73,000, far below the 104,000 estimate. But that's not the real punchline. What is that Trump not only took a page out of the Biden playbook, but ripped pretty much all of it out, with May and June revised massively lower. Yeah, with these revisions, employment, not unemployment, employment, which I've been telling you about, right? The real danger is in employment, jobs numbers. So the employment in May and June combined is 258,000 lower than previously reported, which puts to shame all of the far smaller revisions that defined much of the Biden regime. BlackRock PM Jeff Rosenberg told Bloomberg TV that the big news today is the revisions. And the main takeaway is that it raises the odds of a rate cut in September. The number of jobs came in below 80 to 100,000 break-even level estimated by the Fed's Barkin, suggesting that Trump may have literally instructed the BLS to print a number that basically forces Powell's hand to cut. The number was even uglier, which I don't believe that statement, by the way. I don't believe that at all. I already told you guys. You guys know that I watch this data like a fucking hawk. And I already fucking told you that those employment numbers are going to come in looking like dog shit, didn't I? Counter to what? Zeitgeist, right? But the blah, 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 all that blah, blah that you read and consume out there. The number was even uglier. In the household survey, which showed a drop of 260,000 workers in July, the third biggest monthly drop of 2025. And with that gaping disconnect between the two series is back with a vengeance. Going down the report, the unemployment rate rose from 4.1 to 4.2. That's fine. It's not velocity. It's still, we know it's going to creep higher, but it's not velocity and unemployment. But the fucking job numbers is where the danger is. Listen to me closely when I tell you guys this. I've said this now for 2 weeks. You guys never fucking believe me until it prints. I'll say it one more time to you, okay? Like that PCE shit, where all that services inflation is hiding, is bad. Real bad. And some of the durable goods stuff has been pushed off. So you haven't quite seen it yet, but you can. It'll start to show. And then we've got Trump right now threatening even higher tariffs. That shit can bleed too. Now, does it persistent? I don't know. When it shows in durable goods, will it be persistent? No. The consumer hard data was good, so you would have absorbed some of that. When you hear one-time hit, that means that you might not like doing it, but you're going to absorb it, but there'll come a time when you won't take it anymore. And it's in that period where it's not persistent, but there's a spike in that inflation until you say, fuck you, no, I'm not taking it anymore. And you stop buying that shit, right? And then they either absorb it and it hurts corporate profits, or it hurts producer profits. Or if you're China, you just print more fake bullshit money, right? And then increases inflation in the U.S., right? But thereafter, there's still that blip of inflation. If we're in the inflation curve, you're going to see this. You get what I'm saying? Until you don't take it anymore, or you can't take it anymore. And that's where we lead to corporations reporting lower profits. You start to see the economy slow down, and we can really have a bad, ugly, time period. 2026, 2027 could get ugly. Of note here is that the employment rate for black workers was highest since October 2021. The labor force participation rate at 62.6 or 0.2% dropped slightly in July from 62.3 and has declined by 0.5% year or over the year. It was the lowest since November 2022. The employment population ratio at 59.6 also changed little over a month, but was down by 0.4% over the year. That's bad, but not too bad. It hasn't formed, it's just a note within a squiggly. That's not a trend yet, but we are flat right now. The labor force participation rate has been in a decline since 1950s, maybe even the 60s, especially amongst men. And it had a major low during COVID. It's since recovered and has been attempting to break out and up in a way where we have more men entering the workforce. Right now, it's flat. It hasn't gone back down again, but it hasn't broken out truly yet either. Turning to wages, we find that hourly earnings actually rose from an upward revised 3.8, was 3.7 to 3.9, above 3.8 expected. I told you that too, though, right? I told you that last week. I said one of the good things is that wages are rising. The unemployment rate is not in velocity. Wages are rising, but there is a problem. There's no real true hiring going on. We're not creating new jobs. We're not having mass layoffs. That's a positive, but no new jobs and no replacement of those unfilled positions either right now. Average hourly earnings for employees on private non-farms rose by 12 cents. So that is a bright spot. We already knew that, though, kind of. Over the past 12 months, average hourly earnings have increased by 3.9%. 3.9%. In July, average hourly earnings of private sector production and non-supervisory employees rose by 8 cents, or 0.3% to 31.34. Now, you may not be experiencing those things, but I do want to tell you out there, just like during COVID, just because you're looking at an apartment, let's say, that's or you're like, housing's too expensive, rents are too expensive, I'm not seeing those increased wages. Like, this is not me. Does not mean that you should not be looking for those things. It's kind of like when I went and bought a used car recently for my daughter. If you look at this data, you can use it to your advantage. So if you see like rents coming down, even if you don't see it in your local Zillow, that means that you're not asking for it. It means you're not contacting the landlord and saying, hey man, that $5,000 is fucking pure insanity. I'll give you $3,500. No, click. Pick up the phone and I'll ask again. You know what I mean? If you see new or used cars coming down, you look for those deals when the prices are coming down. Not when they're on a high, but when they're coming down. And in this case, wages are going up. So if you have a job, you should be asking for a higher fucking wage right now to compete with this inflation. You should be, because inflation is going to rear its fucking ugly head here coming up even more. Theoretically, or the way it looks is that it's going to begin to ramp, and seasonally it ramps now. Anyways, I'm going to show you a chart on this in a little bit. I'm going to show you guys this like cool chart about where we are with inflation, natural inflation, not just greedflation, not just tariff inflation, natural inflation. The number of people or turning to the composition of the report, the BLS reports that the employment continued to trend up in healthcare and social assistance. Looking for a job? Healthcare, social assistance. In July, healthcare added 55,000 jobs, above the average monthly gain of 42,000 over the prior 12 months. Federal employment continued to decline in July. Not that matters. That's more of a political thing. Federal employees are fucking small. They don't count a ton, but they're still in decline. Employment showed little change over the month in other major industries, including mining, quarrying, oil and gas extraction, construction, manufacturing, wholesale trade, retail trade, transportation, warehousing, information, financial activities, professional and business services, leisure and hospitality, and other services, which is good. It's positive for the economy. Of the above, most notable perhaps is the federal workers declined by 12,000. This is the sixth straight drop in a row. That's important to a federal worker, but in the grand scheme of our economy, federal workers or the decline in federal workers is not that big of an importance. You're looking for full economy slowdowns. Okay, next up, we've got there was more ugliness though. Beneath the surface, we find the number of full-time jobs tumbled 440,000 to a low of 134.837 million, while part-time jobs surged by 237,000 to 28.437 million, which also brings into hold on a second here. Which also brings into stark reality. Look at that wall right there. Woo. That's your daily trigger, by the way, on SPY. That also brings into question how people are making money these days, right? People are working gig economy, aren't they? That gig economy is ramping right now still. As we speak, where people are taking multiple jobs. As a matter of fact, one of my close friends here in Detroit, he is one of my closest buddies here in Detroit. He's normally a construction worker. He works trades, and even he's got a couple kids going through divorce. He took a job as a driver. He delivers packages as a side gig when things are slow at his regular job. If he gets an extra day, if it rains outside or something. He works like machinery and stuff. He digs holes in the ground to lay water pipes. I think that's what he does. But when he has like a rainy day, they're down in a hole, digging a hole, and they can't work and stuff like that. He works a second job now. He works that gig economy. Very prevalent these days. Next up, we've got one interesting twist is that the number of native-born workers actually jumped by 383,000. In July, following the 830,000 increase in June. Meanwhile, foreign-born workers tumbled for the fourth month in a row, plunging by 467,000 in July. As such, one can argue that much of today's jobs report was a consequence of the purge of illegal aliens from the labor market. I disagree with that statement, too. I think that's political. We have changed how we count those workers. They don't tell you everything, do they? They changed how we count those workers this summer. So the numbers were so ugly that they effectively put a 25 BPS rate cut in September front and center, maybe even 50 BPS. Sure enough, bond yields from the 2-year through the 7 years are lower by at least 10 basis points as the market sniffs out a Fed being late to cut. The Fed is late to cut. That's the new narrative that you're going to hear spun over the coming 2 weeks. Quote, we would look for the Fed to begin lowering rates in September, end quote, says Gregory Farnello, head of U.S. rates trading and strategy from Amerivet Securities. Quote, it's somewhat amazing how you can have a sitting Fed chair intimate the strength in labor one day and receive these numbers a few days later, end quote. Commenting on the numbers, Bloomberg's chief economist Anna Wong wrote, quote, July's NFP were surprisingly weak, but the biggest shock was the massive revision to past data, which reduced gains for the past 2 months from solid to nearly zero. Adjusted for potential overstatement from the BLS, quote, birth-death model, underlying job gains in July were also about flat. Quote, the unemployment rate, which Fed Chair Powell said earlier this week, is the main number to watch, also edged up. And that was kind of to be expected, though. It's the jobs, guys. It's the employment that's the danger. Well, unemployment is the danger to the economy, but the jobs is where the insidiousness is starting. Even as the labor force shrank for a third straight month, the main takeaway from the jobs report is that labor demand appears to be falling faster than labor supply. The labor market is not solid, as Powell characterized it earlier this year. Hold on here. Whew. And we expect him to revise his opinion accordingly. We see growing chances of an earlier rate cut than our December base case. That means switching from this December cut to a September cut. And here is B. Riley, Wealth Chief Market Strategist Art Hogan. Today's jobs report is unambiguously soft and a reflection of the trade and tariff impact on economic growth. Both the actual report and the big negative revisions are more evidence that the trade policy will slow growth. What we know about our workforce population growth is that we need to create between 100 and 150,000 jobs a month to keep the unemployment rate unchanged. You hear that? We need to create between 100 and 150,000 jobs per month to keep the unemployment rate unchanged. That is down from a range of 150 to 200,000 last year due to less immigration. The 3-month average coming to today's report was 150,000. The new 3-month average of job creation is now 80,000. Not great news. All good points, but really what happened is that Trump finally figured out what we said in last December, namely that if he wants the Fed to cut quick, he needs a labor market emergency. He needs the data to show that we need a cut. So that's on the jobs and NFP report from this morning. Watch Chase said he had to go to work. Chase knows that he's going to be red later. Not red, but he's going to be waiting for that fucking print for like the next month and a half. Me too. So I'm not closing my hedge here if you want to know. You just kind of like let it sit there. Close. What I tell you about the hedges. Close the laptop. Close it. Don't look at it. We'll take puts and put spreads, and we'll take shorts on the market. We'll go long in reverse ETFs, but do not fucking close that hedge. Leave that shit open. Don't fuck with it. Just don't even look at it. If the market goes up, we're going to make bank. If the market doesn't, we're going to make bank, but you got to wait for it to print. Yeah, I was printing too this morning. I'm not closing mine though. I want the full print, so it just stays on. I'll add just puts and stuff, weekly puts and stuff like that. Or we'll long an inverse ETF together. Yeah, I'm printing now too, brother. Yes, I'm printing too, bro. It looks good. He was here this morning. He had to go to work. He's like, I'm green finally. He was stoked that he was green. Percentage of accounts. I do about I'm doing about 10% right now, maybe slightly less, 6 or 7%, somewhere in there. But I still own FDX. I still have some money in the market. I don't think you have to have a hedge. I don't know. I think from there it becomes so here's my take on hedges. So like if you have no skin in the market, you don't need a hedge. It becomes because I look at a hedge like it costs money. I look at it like insurance. If the market goes up, I make money. If the market goes down, I'm flat or make money. I don't like the idea of using your whole account for a hedge at all. I think and if you own the market too, if you own low enough, then you don't care either. You can still put the hedge on, but you don't need to. If you're like in really low, you just wait for the next seasonal low to get long again. I think it depends on your situation. If you have a small account and you have no skin in the market, I wouldn't put one on. I would just wait for the seasonal low and get long again. That's what I would do. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it depends on your situation. You'd have to like say this is what I own, this is what I don't own, and then you go from there. I think we park it here, Chase. I don't think we're more bearish, bro. But I think we are. I think we're gonna retrace a bunch of this by Monday. I think we go up to like 636, 637, somewhere in there. What we need to do is let me show you this. It's like for sellers, right? It's important to close the door here. Let me see if I can go to an hour here. It's really important to be rejected in here. In my view, I think you can trade all the way up here, believe it or not, but it's really important that you confirm that that this is gone here. You need to like close the doors on buyers. They're going to buy this, almost 100% guaranteed. 90% of the time, they're going to come up here and buy. They're going to buy this. We're going to bring it up, and you really need to close the door on them, Chase. Like 100%. So we'll look for that. We're going to look for that up here. This hourly trigger is coming down right here, so we'll try to like close the door at 30. But can they squeeze up to 34, 36, somewhere up there? They can. This is where the real sellers are. They're right here. So I would be waiting right here for the next big sell, somewhere up in here. Go back here. If you aren't hedged, the hedge is higher. Hedge is at, do you want to know where the next hedge is? You want an exact number? Currently 636.16. Maybe it's slightly lower. 634, you could start entering one. No, you could start, I guess you could start at 30 if you wanted to. You could start building a position at 30, 630, and then add into it to 636. I would add more to it at like 634, and then 636. I would do your last buy-in. Yeah, we all like Chase. I don't hate Chase. I don't think Chase has been around here since day one, right? I don't think anybody hates Chase. We just think that he's early a lot. I always just think he's a little bit early. Nobody hates. I don't hate Chase. We actually love him. We just think he's a little bit early. Oftentimes, he wants to see the world burn a little bit too much. I get it. We have bulls that are like that, but everybody runs the gamut, right? We're gonna trade 700 today, bro. Shit like that, right? Hold on here. No, we don't hate him at all. Dude, we've known Chase for years. I know Chase. Like, spoken to him on the phone. Like, I actually know him. I have his phone number. I actually know I know he's got a child, he's got a wife. Like, I know where he works, I know all that stuff. Yeah, he's a legit person. He's a smart guy too. Nice guy in person. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's no hate for Chase. Just a little too early.
So again, Bostic says the risk on jobs front may be coming into better balance with the inflation risks.
Dude, Chase is got to be one more, brother.
The labor market.
It doesn't go down like that, Chase. I know you want the elevator. We just got the elevator down, dude. I just showed you the elevator earlier this week. This is where the elevator is.
Would have changed.
We got to go up there and slam the fucking buyers one more time, bro. They like, bulls will buy every dip, dude. Like, I was talking to my wife this morning. So I woke my wife up early this morning. I was like running behind, right? It's like 3 a.m., like running around. It's like 4 hours later. I'm like, I need some help.
Market still looks good.
And I'm talking to my wife, and she was asking me about the market, and I was like, these fucking bulls, they don't like you. They will buy like. I was like, when you do the summer, especially the summer trade,
businesses that they're on the verge of letting go a lot of people.
The summer trade in particular is beautiful. It's literally the easiest trading of the year.
Bostic says
market's on cruise control.
Jobs market. It's unclear how much more weakness there is ahead.
So you'll get to. Hold on 1 second here. Ah, damn it! I should have taken that 4 pennies. And I didn't. What you'll get is you get into this rhythm of just, buy a dip, 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 and then a large.
Bostic says for today, I still expect one cut this year.
A large portion of those traders don't care. They'll come right in right now. They'll buy this dip on the daily trigger, and they'll just say, we're going back up, and we're not done. And you really got to beat it out of them. This is the time of year when people, I said this on the stream, I think 3 or 4 times at this point. I've begged you. I've said to you that, like I've said it multiple times. I do not want you to give back your money
over the coming months,
buying the dip in this upcoming season here. I mentioned it about meme stocks too, right? Meme stock mania. I was like, you don't want to give that money back. I was like, don't do it. Take the money and run. Just sit and wait until we hit that seasonal low, and then come back in the market. If you can't control yourself, do not give it all back. You'll spend this. I'll say it again today. I'm going to warn you: if you're a meme trader, if you're a bull only, buyer only,
for 2025 rate cuts,
they're going to take your fucking money, and they're going to.
Tariffs are not ruling out like textbook examples.
If you made bank this year, they're intentionally going to fuck you until you give it all back to the market between now and like end of September or end of October. Don't do it. Just like, don't do it. It's like this vicious cycle that happens to buyers.
Is still further from target than employment is.
You like the summer, the holiday trade better? My only take on the holiday trade, I've said this before, is
the Fed can't just look through them.
The only thing I'll say about the holiday trade is it reminds me now of the sell and may go away. It's it can be pushed off until February. Instead of looking for the print in Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever, Kwanzaa or Festivus for the rest of us or whatever that is, you should be looking for the print in mid-February in case you don't get a holiday trade. December's become very volatile. A lot of the trader idioms are changing slightly. I like the holiday trade. I just think that the holiday trade now extends out into February, and it looks to me like they accumulate every spring, they accumulate every fall. Whether it's bull or bear market doesn't matter, and they're now looking for prints farther out in time. They're looking for like that late summer print. They're looking for that. They're like, you can even notice right now we're kind of extended a little bit longer.
The tariff rises.
No, I don't see that. I think they're gonna rip your fucking face off here into the end of the year. They're gonna. I would be, if I was a bear dude, I'd be hella scared of the blow off top. I would be extremely scared of it. It could go vertical, like straight line up. If we hold 590, 600, get out of the way. I'm in disagreement. I think we're gonna fucking blow the doors off.
Fed Bostic says it might take 12 months for businesses to adjust pricing.
Yeah, I would not count the bulls out here. But from now to September, if I was a bull, I would be just chill. Try to pick up that 5. We're at 622 right now, right?
Right now.
622. What do we got? Another 300 points. 300 points will be down there. It'd be awesome. 30 on SPY, 300 on SPX. Hope we can catch a nice nasty wick down there, and we'll get nice and long. We'll make a bunch of money, and then we'll get the fuck out of the market. I think what you do is you look for a call spread. Right around 600, 590, and you look for an upside target of 680, 720, and I would date it for whatever Feb OPEX is of 2026. If you get the print in December, what do you care? You're out of here. You made your money. If you have to wait until February, you'll be grateful that you put more time on the trade. That's what I think. My only fear here is December is. I'll say it again. December has been volatile.
Fed's
so
active debate on
let's say you're looking for that 680 print or the 720 print, and they don't give it to you in December.
And Fed Bostic's interview.
You're kind of left with your dick in the wind, aren't you? Like, okay, time out here. So about a week or two ago, right? On this show and in the Discord, I showed you put spreads. And what did I say to you? I said, you can not, or as I said, not only are puts cheap, but you can buy tenor or time for cheap too. So if I was looking at put spreads that expired, they were paying 3-to-1 with an expiry in September. They were still paying 3-to-1 with an expiry in October, and they were still paying 3-to-1 with an expiry in November. So why would you not add the time if you can for free? Like they're literally giving you free time on these puts to print. I would expect the same when we get there. I would expect the same on the December through February print. And I would bet you that you'd find the concentration in February. So it's a no-brainer to put the time on. Price or time. So you cover all your bases. Vol control crowd is still in it right now. A couple good question there. So all right, so a few things on vol control, CTAs and COTs, and flows coming into the market. Now this is something that the bears should be listening to here. If you're a bear, you need to listen to this. There are negative flows in the market for the rest of this week that imply doom, but those negative flows end of this week, and positive flows enter the market. These are like pensions, buyback windows, stuff like that, right? COTs and CTAs and vol control, they're peaking, but they haven't rolled over. And noteworthy, if we are unable to get below 6,000 or 590 in that neighborhood, they do not become sellers. They do not become sellers on a flat tape on 6,000 or an up tape. They actually become buyers once again. So that 590, 600 is like a big thing. You don't get those people really on your side unless we start breaking below that 590. Breaking below, I'd say 6,000 would be the start of it. Acceleration below 592, 5920 on SPX. So, so if you're a bear, there are negative flows right now that were automatically scheduled, mechanical selling. So it's not necessarily that bearish right now. It's not like real money selling, panic, which is what you want if you're a bear. You want to switch from the mechanical scheduled selling to panic from buyers and from bulls and from the market and all that kind of stuff. We're not there yet, so. To get that, you need to be below that 590, 600. What's going on? So, hold on. I'm reading the Discord right now. I'll say it again. Time is cheap on puts right now. I don't know about today, but it was up until yesterday. Day before. Wednesday, time was cheap. There's no reason why you wouldn't buy time if it was free. There's no reason. If you get a spread, it's going to print either way. It doesn't care about time. Or it does a little bit, but not a ton. Not anything consequential. That goes for calls or puts. If you can get calls with time, I mean in a call spread, if you're like, hey, we're going to go up in the next month and a half, and you can buy the same call spread with the same print for like 3 months, you do it every time. Same thing with puts. Cheap. I don't know if it was today. I haven't looked, but it was dirt fucking cheap 2 days ago to put time on shit. Up until about 2 days ago, it was cheap. There would be no reason not to buy time if you can for free. There's no rational reason why you wouldn't do that. Hold on here. Oh, hold on. I want to see if who had a hedge, who didn't, who doesn't, who did. There's 1, 2, 3. Good. Fuck yeah. All of you do? Fuck yeah. All right. Good job. That's what I like to see. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Oh. Yes. Buying VIX is a hedge. Yes. That's okay. Fuck yeah. All right. Good, good. Right on, right on, right on, right on, right on, right on. All right. So we're all safe then. That's good. Dude, we've been talking about putting a hedge on. You could have put a hedge on for like last 2 fucking weeks. There's been like a whole, like as we approached 6:30, we said start hedging. Been talking about that shit for like fucking weeks now. I thought I was early. I did. I was like, I caught shit like 2 weeks ago. They're like 6:30 is too low. I'm like, nah, that's about it. Like right in there. We did print like 40s and shit, but that's all distribution type stuff, right? So, I think we nailed it. Or within reason, I think we nailed it. Yeah, edging counts too. Yeah, Reddit doesn't care. Nor did Apple care this morning either, right? Apple didn't care either. And they did rip and sell Amazon yesterday. And Apple looked fucking beautiful. I do wonder about Apple. This morning I've been wondering about it. Will it hold for I think Apple's like one of the end of year winners. They're one of my favorite. Apple and Tesla and a few others are my end of year favorites. We should go over those two. Like, which ones do I think are going to be the best? I wasn't I, Tippy? Thank you, Tippy. Everyone's got short-term memory.
Brent crude futures fall more than $2 a barrel.
It's like common in the stock market. You know that, right? Everyone's got short-term memory. Like, this guy didn't say that. I'm like, fuck you, I didn't. The fuck on out of here. They're going to pull that fucking ripcord. We're not even going to see it coming. It's going to be like we said it, right? One big red bar, then another big red fucking bar, and then you got to beat it out of them. Like, oh, that was it? That sucks.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do
That
a little
fucking
advert for
blows.
Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com for
What are you guys talking about?
purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount.
Sorry, I haven't read the entire market this morning.
Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hand.
I mean, we even got the fucking top
What are you
within
waiting for? Come on.
fucking, what is that? That wasn't even a full point. It was 0.2, it was 0.27, 0.5, or it should have been, it was 5.0 and we got to 2.7 on SPX. We got like, in the grand scheme of things, we're like, fuck, that was almost a goddamn pinstrike on Wednesday. I made fucking bank on Wednesday. Matter of fact, I didn't hold until Thursday open either. I sold Thursday close. I didn't catch the last leg up. I was fucking out on Wednesday close. I put a post out on Twitter yesterday. So when I got done the show yesterday, I started looking at the shit and I was like, oh no, that was the top. I was like, that Wednesday open or Thursday open was the top in my view. We may get up there again, but that was for me, that was the top tick. or that's all I want. I should have rephrased that yesterday. I think as a bull, I think that's. I looked at, so like yesterday I was looking at everything, and the thing that I said to myself was like, I was like, we hit 6.427, right? Or whatever it was. Yeah. So we hit 6.427. We were looking for 6.450. Like when you hit that, what do you think to yourself? Like in your mind, are you like, okay, we're gonna roll to 6,600? Fuck no. Can we trade it again? Sure. Can I buy a dip to trade again? Sure. Lower. Do I think that we're gonna hit 6.450 and then go higher? Fuck no. That you'd be deranged to be opening a position up there. Deranged. I think the same thing applied on Monday open. Like when we came in Friday to Monday, I was like, I went in the Discord and I was like, don't do anything. Like, you're not buying this. You're not, like, you'd be out of your fucking mind to be buying up there. And I think that showed itself all week, right? Monday it showed itself. Tuesday it showed itself. Wednesday to Thursday showed itself. And I even think right now, like, if we like fan and fade from here on out, like this big distribution fan, you're still not going to be buying up there. I wouldn't be. I don't think, I mean, even if we did spot up, vol up, I don't think anyone would roll it. I think you could only hand trade it. We start breaking above the hourly trigger, start, making an all-time high. I think it's the same thing. Like you're just trading it intraday. You grab a low, you get the beautiful high, and then you're out. I don't think that any rational person is like, we're going to roll higher, full account or anything crazy like that. It's not showing itself in the gamma picture either. Let's take a look right here real quick and see what we got going on here. Let me just see what the calls and puts look like today. I don't, so Brian, this is directed to you. Do you know how we just hit, what do we hit on SPY in the high? So when you say you can't see it, right? Let's look at this high right here. On Monday, listen closely. On Friday, going into Monday, they called the top, right? We squeezed up, made a new high. On Monday, there was consensus that we had topped on Monday. And I had said, we haven't topped yet. We haven't hit that 60 fucking 250 or 6450 bullshit. So no one thought we were going to put this in, right? And as a matter of fact, on this low down here, a lot of bears got fucking annihilated, didn't they, in that close? They were like, we're going to roll down. If you looked on trend, it looked like it was going to close in the low. And let's not have hindsight trading here. It looked like it was going to fucking close in a low into that close, and the selling was on, right? But we put in that big print up there. The reason I'm saying that too is because that's what gives you the wick. If ask David AMS about wicks, he says, I like how he says it. He says the wick does the damage and the body of the candle does the story. So, like when you say something like, "I don't see how we can hit 592," you'll see the body at 600, but you'll see like that wick that goes all the way down and slips through. That's normally where the capitulation happens, and this is where capitulation happened on Wednesday and Thursday open. If you weren't in a put spread, you got annihilated. If you're like straight puts, annihilated. If you were short, you got annihilated. So you can't forget that. So I guess my only point here is, can we trade 92? Yes. Is it guaranteed? No, but they just do that. It's the same as this right here. The same as this fucking high right here. Utter fucking pain. And did it last? No, but they don't last. Wicks don't last. You're way down the bottom, and and then it's literally V, like the V-shaped recovery all the way up. We never think about those things. We never look at the wicks and say, "Oh yeah, I remember that day when it was ugly as fuck." You know, the world was on fire, hair on fire, blood in the streets. Yeah, 100%, bro. Yeah, 100%. It goes back years. Winky's right. Like, I'll say something to you guys. If you guys have triggers right and velocity, you should be looking at triggers and velocity all the way back to the start of the stock market. Just study them, because you'll start to go, I get it. You'll start to understand. You'll start to understand. You'll be shocked at it, because the scariest takeaway, the thing that's fucked up about triggers and velocity, is it's used by Wall Street. If you don't know that, a lot of hedge funds use triggers and velocity, okay, or some form of it. The sketchiest part of it, or the thing that fucks me up about triggers and velocity, is that it matches events. The one that really pisses me off the most right now is COVID. We were ready to roll, and it didn't matter if we had COVID or not. The market was going to roll over. We were ready for one. So whether we had COVID or not, something would have made that happen. You can look at that different ways. So the initial look at it says, did we contrive COVID? Was COVID a scam? I don't look at it like that. I think that it doesn't matter what they pick up on. I think the news doesn't matter. They just pick up on something that's negative and they run with it. But you should look back on time, like all the way back to go to like I think it's the New York, I think it's NYA or something, goes back to like 1897. It might be, I don't know the exact ticker. One of the ticker symbols goes all the way back to the start of the U.S. stock market. I forget which one it is. I think it's the New York. It's before the Dow Jones. I think it's the New York. It's the New York something. Anyways, there is a ticker that goes back to 1896. You can look at that one. It works all the way back to then. Fairly easy to see. And you can see, and the reason why it's important is because you can see. So what you figure out is, if you ever think that it's because of news or because of this or because of that, the market goes where it goes. It's not. You can see layer by layer the accumulation by Wall Street. They literally accumulate over periods of time. David talks about this with ICT. If you look at ICT on a quarterly basis or year basis, a year candle, right? If you look at a 6-month candle, a 3-month candle, a 1-month candle, you can literally see the accumulation over time, and you can see the distribution over time on multi frames. You can see, like, almost like how do I explain this? You can see, like, let's say you have a bull run, or let's say you have a bottom of a market, okay? So you have a marked bottom of the market, a big one, like let's say 2000 or 2008 or whatever. So it's like price or time, okay? Price or time, right? You got like a major bottom in the market, right? And then let's say you go, okay, bull runs last on average 3 to 7 years. I think it's actually gone up. It used to be like 3 to 5 years, and then we've had in modern history we've had much longer bull runs. Let's just call it 3 to 7 years. So you got a marked bottom, right? And velocity is negative on every frame. I mean, like quarterly, monthly, you name it. It's just like negative 100. It doesn't matter if it takes 3 years or 7 years or whatever. They start, like, Wall Street starts this like big accumulation. This is a variable. This is your 3 to 7 is like a variable of 3 to 7. Okay, 3 to 7 doesn't matter. Let me get rid of some. Let me just do this over again. So you have a market bottom, right? Marked market bottom, right? you know, the variable of time, and that could be 327, right? So the length of time does not matter. What does matter is that they accumulate like this. Right? And then within that, they accumulate a cycle like this. And they accumulate a cycle like this. And they accumulate a cycle like kind of like this. Yeah. I don't know if I'm doing this exactly right, but something like this, right? And then you wind up with like all of these accumulations layered on top of each other, and you peak. If that's peak accumulation, you can see it, the accumulation on different time frames, and then you get a divergence in price. So if this is price, you'll begin to see like you'll begin to see price high, and you'll see velocity slowing on the bottom, and velocity will begin to come down, and you'll start this like distribution on different time frames, and you'll see price diverge, and then you'll see price come in line with that distribution, and they do it over and over and over and over. They've been doing it since the beginning of the stock market. They don't tell you this publicly. They don't tell you this, but you can see it on momentum. You can see how they accumulate and distribute the market. And there are ways to keep the market, like there are ways to watch a bull market extend. If they blow off those months and quarters quickly, normally it's so like it was fascinating to see 2022 because it was a time correction, not a price correction. It was a time correction. You could see that everybody sold. Sold in 2022. In 2025, no one sold. It was a price correction. As a matter of fact, if we recall back in March, April, if you don't recall this, I'll try to dig it up. But if you recall at that time period, nobody sold. So we got a price correction. We got a dip in quarterly and monthly velocity, which means some people sold. There was some capitulation, but most people did not. Had it been a time correction, had we been down all this year, you would have seen more capitulation over the course of the year in time. But it did help us to have a summer rally. And this is similar to what happened in the 90s. You're like taking off some of the tops on monthly and quarterly, and then you're allowing the market to ramp again for blow-off tops. Yeah, you have access to it, and as if you're a, I want you to know too, if you're just a supporter level, like entry level community member, you can go right to the website and look at it too. You can go right to the website. There's a chart in there. You can look back in time. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is, hey, give me a second. I want to check something. You know what I'll do? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post, permanently post on the website a either a Dow Jones. I'll do a permanent Dow Jones Industrial Average chart on the website for supporter level, and I'll put it up. So the charts on the website are 30-minute charts. Okay. So if you're intraday trading, intra-week trading, or whatever, that's the chart you want to use. I will put a day time frame DJIA chart or DIA, no, DJIA, I think. DJI. There's a bunch of different tickers, but I'll put the one that has the full full timeline on it, and I'll put it on a daily basis so that you can see the whole market cycle on a macro level. I'll put that on today. I'll make that happen today. I still mine printed, bro, but so I'll put that up for you guys today. That way you can look at what I'm talking about with you right now. With like, so what I look at, if you want to know what I look at the daily time frame, velocity, and triggers. Triggers, of course, are always there, but velocity is most important for macro accumulation distribution. And then when I'm trading, I trade on a 30-minute time frame, velo and all with velocity. Market runs on that, on half hours, on intraday trading and stuff, swings and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm with you, podcast trader. Trader podcast, I'm with you, brother. We're not done going down, dude. Timer price, brother. I'm leaving those fuckers on until we get down there. I want to see at least 600. And I would love to see a fucking wick to like 92. Yeah, dude, that daily velo is fucking baller. If you get all of them in the bottom too at the same time, the other thing too is, if you remember back in October of 2022, go look at where all of the daily velocities were. They were maxed out at the bottom. As a matter of fact, there was accumulation going. This is how fucked up this shit is. They were buying bottoms. Wall Street was buying bottoms in April, June, and in October. They were already buying bottoms. They were already accumulating. Even though they were like spitting bullshit doom, they were buying down there. They were DCAing even the spring low they were adding in 2022. And you could see that we bottomed in October on velocity. That was it. We're done. We're going up. It was marked end of the bear market. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hold on here. Put that over there. What else I have for you guys? I had a bunch of other crap for you, but let me see what I got going on here. Let's talk. Let me hold on. I'll see if I can get Riding the Nar to post. It's like pro traders have access to other symbols that are coming into season. So like pro traders know this, but the supporter level might not. So I just asked Riding the Nar to post like lower and higher frame oil charts, CL, for all members. I want, if you're okay, so what I want to tell you guys is this. Let's make it. We're gonna or in a minute we're gonna shift. How about this? I'll have Riding the Nar post those charts in the Discord. I'm gonna take a quick break, and when I come back from the break, we're gonna discuss oil and try to get that segment out before Friday close. We are in seasonality for oil, and if you don't want to trade an inverse chart, inverse SP or inverse market chart, if you want to change what you want to look at or a different issue or symbol, I would say consider oil. And what we'll do is I want you to look at the charts, take a peek at the charts in the Discord, and we'll spend some time on oil. Because oil is kind of a funky thing. We're gonna look at some. We're gonna look at oil. We're gonna look at inflation. And the key drivers of seasonality with this stuff, like the dollar, look at the seasonality of the dollar. We'll look at the seasonality of VIX. We'll look at the seasonality of oil and inflation type issues. Like if inflation is going to bottom and start rising, what helps or what tickers rise with inflation? Classically, it's oil. Classically, it's oil is one of the main drivers of inflation. Food can be too. But oil is usually the classic. I'm not looking to go long here at all. I'm just looking to sell. That's it. You want me to chart something out for you right now? I can do that. About there. You can see the buyers came in at 10. You're going to expect them to come in again at 12. They're going to buy this. I'm telling you. They're not. I'm telling you, fucking. You got to like murder. You got to murder a fucking bull. Do you want to know where the next short is? I think I said it earlier. It's 6:30. You start at 6:30, then 6:32, and then 6:36, or somewhere right in there. We're going up, so we're not done going up. I promise you. Yes, RPR 91. We're going up, man. We're going up, brother. They're not. I'm telling you, you gotta like. You literally, what did I say yesterday? You have to drown a bull. Was that yesterday, the day before? I was like, it's like bobbing for apples. You got to grab the bull and you got to drown him. Here, come on over, stick your head in the apples. They're pulling the apples out, and then one day you just start drowning them. It's not an easy process to like stifle a buyer. That they've been trained to buy dips. That they'll buy every fucking dip until they lose all their money. I'm telling you. You just can't fucking trust them. They buy every fucking dip. You should be sell side right now. We're going to switch to sell side here. If you're a bull, the warning shot is there. You already got it. You're done. I'm telling you, dudes. They're gonna come in here. They did it here at 10. They're gonna try. Here's 12 o'clock right here. I'm gonna come right back in here and try to buy this too. They're not done. I don't trust bulls at all. No, I don't fucking trust them. We will squeeze. We should probably talk about negative gamma. Let's look over here. There's probably a little talk about it. So we're in negative gamma today, but it's more like neutral gamma. Like how the gamma flip was lower, but the real support was higher. In that same vein, we are in negative gamma right now, but do you guys understand what negative gamma regimes are? You guys understand that? Find out. I'm going to read a few things to you, just to bring you guys up to speed, right? Negative gamma refers to a market environment where options dealers, typically market makers, like dealers, right, market makers, are net short on gamma. That means that the price of the underlying asset, or as the price of the underlying asset moves, right? So as SPY price moves within negative gamma, and this is another thing too. There's like neutral gamma. That's really where we are. It's more neutral than it is negative. It's kind of negative, but it's not deep negative. But as the price of the underlying asset moves, the options dealers need to trade in the same direction to maintain a delta neutral stance, right? Their hedging actions amplify volatility in negative gamma, leading to larger price swings. This reinforces market momentum. So how do you say this simply? All else equal, if you have sharp moves down in negative gamma, you can also get sharp moves higher. Okay? So if you're on sell side, I got to take hold on, let me take a quick potty break. Because I got to do oil. I got to do like what's negative gamma, what does that mean? Because there's some, if you want to go sell side, you have to understand that you're going to get fast drops down, right? But then in kind, it'll swing violently to the upside. So if you miss a sell, you don't want to be jumping in at the bottom of that sell. You're going to get trapped and then ripped higher. So when you're in negative gamma, you want to be like always on highs or resistance to get back in again. If you violently swing down, you're going to also see violent moves to the upside.
Venezuela oil to start flowing.
So I'll read that to you again. When dealers are in negative gamma position, their hedging actions amplify volatility, leading to larger price swings. It's not just down; it swings down, up, okay? This also reinforces market momentum, usually negatively to a capitulation point. So higher volatility equals erratic swings.
Again, it's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay?
Larger intraday price swings. So you see a big move down like this. To see a face ripper to the upside is not to be unexpected. You'll hear Chase yell about that, right? You ever hear Chase in the chat? He'll be like, "Oh man, what are they doing, bro?" Right? You'll see accelerated momentum-driven price trends, larger intraday price swings, persistence of breakouts and breakdowns together. Spiking implied volatility, you'll see that as well. To maintain a delta neutral position, dealers sell the underlying assets as prices fall, and what? Buy as prices rise. So you'll see the dealers chasing and amplifying both sides of that trade. What else do I have here? You'll also, and in inverse, when we're in positive gamma, what else do you notice? You grind, don't you? Like you'll see an initial, if you've got, if this is the gamma flip right here, say this is a gamma flip, GF, major support, right? Major support. So you break below the gamma flip, things don't get too crazy until we're down here. Then you start to see violence, right? And let's say you hit that major support. As you swing higher, it'll be violent. Just like that. Ram, wham, wham, wham. But when you get back to the gamma flip again, not immediately, but within, a level or two higher, you ever notice that price just slows down and becomes more supportive, starts to grind, higher, higher, grinding higher, until you hit natural resistance, right? Like a major support, major resistance, you'll start seeing the inverse of that, right? Just like we did on Wednesday, Thursday, right? Boom, or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Wednesday, Thursday, just big like bombs on the top. So you can also see volatility at major tops too, even though we're not negative gamma. That's how you get the spot up, vol up sit, right? Volatility is rising, but we're on a high, right? So volatility is in the background underneath. What else do you need to know? What else can I tell you about negative gamma? I don't know what else to tell you guys off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of it right now. I don't know exactly what else to tell you about negative. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what else you really need to know. Pretty much just that. I think that's the base case. Okay, give me like 5 minutes. I gotta go potty. I gotta go pee pee. I drank a bunch of coffee and water, and I need some time here. It's gonna be like 5 minutes. Be right back.
just seeing a piece here, the US government turmoil stalls thousands of export approvals, according to sources. So thousands of license applications by US companies to export goods and tech around the globe, including to China, are in limbo because turmoil at the agency in charge of approving them has left it nearly paralyzed, according to two sources. So Atlanta Fed GDP now index above consensus for Q3. So the index suggests GDP will expand 2.15% in the third quarter. Also, going back to the other article, NVIDIA chip licenses to China among backlog. And again, that's according to two sources. So again, with the forecast data for Atlanta Fed GDP now, index seen at 2.15% for the third quarter compared to the estimate of 0.88%.
Do. All right, I'm back. Look at that big juicy gap that needs filled right there. Look at that fucking thing right there. Oh yeah, baby. So just in kind, we're just want you to remember, okay? Come into some like, you know, volatility. You know, volatility. And just note here that there's a couple things to note here. The first thing would be that one date net gamma today is focused on 625, okay? Which is right here. Okay. So there's like a market pin. Hold on here. Get rid of all this. Dude, my the messages that I leave you guys are horrible. What did I say? I'm shaving all the hair off or something? Is shaving his I should have wrote hairy body. I should have wrote body hair, but hairy body works. Okay, so there's like a funny cool not funny and bad or anything like that, but there's something interesting here. So 625 is a magnet, okay? Currently I want you to think about that 625 though. So this is intraday, 1 day gamma is 625, right? I want you to think about a dealer. So if we were to overshoot this, and murder, if I was a dealer and I was like, okay, and you have call buying, let's say we overshoot this, right? And we start and you like bulls are buying calls, we overshoot it, but it's still not the gamma is still 625. You could see us like blast down into this number again into the close, into 625 into the bell. Now, if we were to trade up into 4 p.m., let's say, right? So we trade up here, right? And they just like kind of pin us in right here. We could pin into the bell, but we could also squeeze too into the close. And that would be like closing shorts, leaving bag holders, put holders, 1 day put holders at 625. Plus dealers don't want to pay any of that money. So either if they cheapen them enough early, right? They cheapen them, they can bring them back down and close them in the money. But they'll be dirt cheap. Does that make sense? So if you get the early squeeze, they'll bring it back down into that pin. If we pin it early and grind them out, we could stay there. If they're still valuable, we could rip right before the bell closes. So that all those puts expire worthless or cheap or whatever. Just note that, okay? Right now there's a pin on the markets for 625. So just a note there. This is 625 right here. We'll watch this closely, of course. Your PT1. What happens after that, I don't know. Neither do you. And we're also in we're kind of negative gamma, neutral negative gamma. So if you ignited a bunch of call buying, dealers would in turn chase market higher. So just be aware of that too. They're going to constantly run back and forth and try to chase gamma today. So just be aware of it.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me.
And we're coming into 12 o'clock when flows come into the market. So they start buying here.
The markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com /.
First target is 625.16.
On a subscription.
So you pull that off.
Instead of a 67%.
I'm back now, so we don't need that there anymore as a placeholder. I can tell you, already told you guys all read that already.
My hands huge.
Don't need to see that because of a higher low. A low, higher low, target 625.
Do it.
And we just beat that high right there. So this should go 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5 up there. Could even go up here. And maybe one more leg to get thrown back down over here. And I was talking inside the Discord briefly about 2 different scenarios. I put one scenario, but not the other, and then I went back and edited it. I always say time or price.
Here on aggregate, the 64 lenders in the stress test saw their main capital ratio slide by 3.7 percentage points to 12.1% under
Hard one to get over right there.
scenario, according to the European Banking Authority.
So I always like time and price.
4.9 percentage points hit in the last exam 2 years ago, which featured more banks.
There's more rules in time and price, but like the first one would be this. Let's say I think we're hitting 10. I'm like, hey, we're gonna hit 10. You rein in your expectations a little bit lower, right? I'm gonna get calls for 8. Make sense? I'm not gonna fuck around with the FOMO of do we fail 10? Do we go over 10? Do we tag 10? Just going to go a little bit under, and I'm going to overperform. Does that make sense? Now, time and price, right? If you were a bull, you're waiting for, if you close on a low on Friday, or not a low, but like not a high, not a low, like just close a Friday. I shouldn't say low, like normally like a high. So a low today, and the inverse, right? How do I explain this? If we closed down here today, I would expect continuation of the downside on Monday. If we begin to retrace on a Friday, right? I'm looking for one of 2 things because we're inverse now, right? So what are the 2 things that I'm looking for if we go higher today? So start thinking like a bear, not like a bull. So if we're going to go higher into this close, right? But not, I'm looking for one of 2 things. I'm either looking for us to trade 30, 34, 36 today, right? To sell the close today. Or I'm going to look for a high on Monday, Tuesday, like 30, 32, 34, 36. So either time or price to short again. So I want you to begin, even if it isn't today. I mean, we have a lot of reports next week. We have a massive amount of reports next week. We have a range to trade for that next week too, right? So I would just be aware of like, start slipping into the bear narrative or the bear trading, which would mean that we're going to go back up again, and you'll tee off from a high either today, if price gets there in time, or if it takes until Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to short again. The move's already been made. And so you've got people saying, hey, I'm going to cash in my puts, take my money, walk away now, right? And they're going to have at it again at a higher number. Does that make sense? So price or time. Just be aware of it. Also be aware that we can move really fast because we are in kind of negative gamma. Not fully, but kind of in negative gamma. Just a note to you out there. Yeah, just be aware of it. Sellers know this, but I don't think all buyer bulls know this or are aware of it. I think some sellers can get a little too I don't know, like just a little too yeah, it's gonna keep going straight vertical down. It looks like we've done enough damage for today. So, and you've got next week too. We got massive reports next week. So, if it was me, and if I was a bear, I would be hoping for some kind of a high maybe on reports next week. and I'd be trying to tee off on those said reports, right? You get a big, nice squeeze higher on good reports, and you're like the good bear up there going, fuck those assholes. I'm going to sell that shit. And I think last week was a good example of that, right? You know we're going to squeeze higher, but you also know that there's going to be fucking sellers up there, right? Waiting for you. There's not going to be trade to 64 or 6,500 and we're fucking hanging out up there. That ain't happening. It ain't fucking happening. So I would apply the same rules to today and next week. You know what I mean? I'm telling you guys. Sell the rip now? No, I don't think now. I think we pinned 625. I have a hedge on, but I'm not going to be a seller here until personally I want to see where price closes today. If we close if they pin this 625, I'd expect one more drag down on Monday to test the slowdown here, and I would expect us to go higher again into Tuesday or Wednesday when we have big reports on Tuesday, Wednesday. That's when I'd be a seller on I think it's going to be like Tuesday, Wednesday on all those reports. You just let those guys report, and then if you get any kind of fucking high, you go in there and fucking sell the fuck out of it. Yeah, I think 6,300 is easy. I think that's an easy one. I think 6,360 is even. I think we can easily do that. 636, we can easily do that. That's where the sellers are. Sellers are at 636. That's where they are. They're not down here. They're way, way higher. We got another fucking 60 points to go. So whether it's now or on Wednesday, I don't care. That's where I think that they are, unless something else changes. Half hour trigger's not getting moving yet. It's flat, so not aggressive at the moment. I was trying to think if we could ladder down over the weekend, not limit down, but like ladder down or elevator down over the weekend. Maybe from the close, if we go high enough into this close, we could go down again on over the weekend, but I don't think so. I don't think they've sold this market yet. There's too many reports coming out. So it's gonna be a fucking eye bleeder. Once they all report though, fucking down. That's what I think. I think you got to get the rest of the reports out. And you still have Nvidia too. Like you got fucking Nvidia hasn't reported. Like there's some shit. Like these bulls, man. I'm telling you, like they don't fucking care. They don't care. Gamma flip today is at right now currently is at the real gamma flip. It's at 6275. That's the actual gamma flip. So just above where we are right now. Just above on SPX. We're coming into it right now. I don't like I'll be honest with you, I don't like the gamma flip as like a end all say-all. My personal take on gamma is that like the gamma flip is like neutral. That's even a misnomer too. It's I mean it is a gamma flip, but there are other important levels of gamma. There's like not always. Sometimes there isn't. Gamma. Sometimes there's like only a few gamma levels. Then sometimes there's like fucking, like you got the flip and then you got like 2 or 3 big ones above, 2 or 3 big ones below. So You know, and this is another thing too. This is interesting. Like I talked in a brief about headline risk from the White House. I want to say something to you out there if you're watching the show here. If you've never been through an emergency rate cut, if we do get one, 25 BPS, 50 BPS, something like that. If there's any announcement of a Fed presser, something like that, you would typically see. Let's say they announced the Fed presser today. You would oftentimes see like a jackknife down first, and then the rip higher. But be very careful about that stuff. I said there's headline risk to like headline risk and Trump tweet or post risk. You probably have to consider if you hear like Fed's gonna have a press conference. Likely fast. If you're short or in a put spread and we jackknife down, you close your put spreads down there. Like just close them. Whatever you got, just close them. And watch out for a fucking monster fucking rip to the upside. Monster. So be aware of that too, I guess. We just had a high tag there of 624.99, 1 penny. Just be aware of that. 1 and 5 minute trigger coming up. We're going to back test this and see if we can make another leg higher. We just hit the pin just a few moments ago. Spy. You literally go 0 dates. If there was a rate cut, after the initial rate jackknife move down, you go literal like all in calls. It'll go fucking vertical. It'll go fucking straight vertical, but they'll still fuck you first. That's the warning. What's gonna happen is if they do that, what'll happen is everyone will load up on calls. It'll like ramp slightly, and then the moment the call buying ends, they're gonna dump it, murder it, and then you're gonna have the actual presser, and it's gonna fucking moon. So I would say exhibit patience. And if there's any jackknife down, you close, take your money and run. I warn you, this is their market, so that's how that happens. Like they're not positioned for it. If Wall Street's not positioned for it, we will jackknife to the downside first. They will unhedge themselves and then they'll get long. And dealers too, mechanics and the call buying and shit will matter. It's a mix of dealers and Wall Street. Dude, what are you doing, Chase? Just chill, man. We're not done going down, brother. Just stay fucking in your spreads, man. Wherever you're in, just stay in it. Chill, bro. It's gonna take time, man. It's gonna take time, bro. I'm telling you, Chase, it's gonna take time. It ain't gonna be this quick, dude. You ain't gonna hit 590 like today, dude. It ain't happening. Or even 600. It's gonna be a fucking process. It's gonna suck. You have to suffer, bro. I was wondering if anyone was closing their hedges today too. I was like, will they close? Or not? Will they like take them I didn't close mine. I left mine on. As a matter of fact, when we hit 630, I'll be flat again. I know Chase wants it all right now. Chase wants like 590 today. He wanted that shit earlier this week. He was in the show like last 2 weeks just fucking screaming about it. I was like, it ain't happening, Chase. Yeah, it's going to be a process, dude. It's gonna suck. Mm. Okay, let's look at something really quick here. time. Okay. Right here. If you I wanted to talk to you about seasonality. So we're in the season of volatility, right? We're not quite in bear season, but we are in the season of volatility. We are going to slip into bear season at some point. So August is marked by what? I'll repeat this. I'm going to repeat this every fucking couple days to you. So the baseline in August, right? You're going to see some nice major pullbacks in August. You'll see neutral gains. You're not going to see a month like July. You're not going to see a September. But in September, you're going to usually, on average, you'll see September be a really bad month. So we're looking at August. Now, there are some bullish trades that begin to wake up, though, in this time period, in this August into September time period. One of them is typically or historically oil and inflation. So I know that some of you don't trade CL. I want to give you some just basic primer on oil. And the first thing that sucks about oil is it's really hard to track. It doesn't live by normal rules. It has a lot to do with inflation. If you ever like track oil over years and decades, it just trades to its own tune. We don't have like oil that's split 100 times, like an Apple, like an original share of Apple being worth tens of thousands of dollars. It kind of does its own thing, and it's a commodity. Some of you have the ability with your brokerage to trade CL. Some of you do not. It's dangerous trading futures. I want you to know that. If you don't already know that, it's dangerous. You can trade oil through ETFs or stocks. Now, there's two different kinds of oil, right? There's like oil from the world, and then there's U.S. oil, right? So you have like Brent and light sweet crude. So my point here is that if you want to trade oil this season, you can, and you don't have to do it to where you're gonna fucking be fucked if you get it wrong. But you can trade like CL via USO, USL, I think works too. There's a few other indexes. There's some stocks with it too. There are stocks like what do I got here? TRGP, SLB, HAL, that's Halliburton. You guys know them. Baker Hughes, BKR. Chevron is CVX. Devon is DVN. I'll list those off to you again. TRGP, SLB, HAL, BKR, not to be confused with Burke A. Which is the same thing as saying Burke A, like Albuquerque. CVX, DVN. ETFs, USO is a big one. USL is another big one. There's some others. There's UCO, DBO, SCO, Oil K. That you can mirror these trades in ETFs or stocks, is my point. So I want to take a quick look at CL if I can here. And we're going to try to bring up some CL here. There's light crude, yeah. There we go. I get the right one. Oh, cool. We're on the bottom right. Okay. I do like triggers with CL. Maybe I can delete some of this stuff because I've already traded it. Hold on here. All right, so I'm gonna move. Let me move some of this down a little bit. I'm actually gonna mute my camera and my webcam, or my webcam. Oil's very cyclical. Does this dance, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Right, up. You remember this one? I used to trade tankers. I was part of Tanker Gang. We went plaid, right? We went negative on this. But the do-si-do stuff, right? Do-si-do, do-si-do. And we're coming into some seasonality with oil. Now, it hasn't broken out. And I've been told again and again, it's going to break out, it's going to break out, it's going to break out. And I was like, no, it isn't. And there's a reason for that. Seasonality. And there's something important to pay attention to here. When you talk about inflation. Let me see if I can do this with inflation. Hold on. Can I change this to a line, maybe? Oh, let me just hold on a second. I guess I can do this somewhere else. Let's just get rid of all this for a minute. Just we'll chicane that. We'll chicane this just for a moment. So this is oil. I hope this works. I don't know that this is going to work. We're going to try. Can I do an compare symbol and inflation rate year over year? This might help. Can I? There you go. And it worked. Can I delete this for a minute? So this blue line right here is oil. And what do you notice? Correlation, right? Kind of correlates, doesn't it? So if you're looking for, hey, what's inflation doing? You kind of like, hey, you guys see that? Like the do-si-do in there? Right? Does that make sense to you? So if anyone's ever talking to you about inflation, you can probably use oil as a good indicator of inflation. Where is inflation? What's going on with inflation? That kind of stuff. We're going to switch back over here to candles and put some indicators up really quick. Put some without channels. Good. This works. And we're going to also look at velocity. Cool. Cool. And wouldn't you know it, we can actually track velocity and inflation. Crazy, right? What is fascinating about this right now is, do you see the historic low in inflation? Yeah, that's right. Keep squeezing. And the accumulation on higher frames of inflation down here, and the bottoming of inflation over here. So if you think about the cyclical nature of inflation, we're probably, and what else is ironic about this is we rarely hit 2% targets for inflation. Rare. Super rare in the U.S. Other countries do, but not the U.S. So I want you to think about There we go, right there. I want you to think about like inflation, oil. Not always the same, but it's pretty similar. You can also begin to chart like a cyclical nature of inflation. If you ever have the chance to read an autobiography or a biography from prior Fed governors and chairs, they'll tell you that what else is cool about this too is as you get above a certain level, you'll also see the unemployment rate begin to catch some velocity, like right about here, like this, and it'll start rising with inflation at some point. But more importantly, like if you were to overlay inflation waves, these Fed chairs say that they don't think that they create these cycles. These are just natural cycles. And they think that what they do is that they're coming in to try to like take some of this off. You know, like have an impact on inflation. Hey, be careful there. We just made a new, well, we haven't lost it yet, but we did not make a new high on that pump. If we lose that 1 minute trigger, we're going to roll. I'm watching it closely, but I want you to think about this like the Fed steps in here, the Fed steps in here, the Fed steps in here, the Feds, or maybe not there. They step in like here, they get out there, they step in, you know, like there and there, that kind of stuff, right? So these also coincide in these tightening and loosening cycles, right? All these things start to match up, right? Makes sense. Unemployment rates, same thing, kind of falls in line on its own little curve. So what I want you to look at here with CL is seasonally, and not only seasonally, but into, let's say, next year, the year after, we're cyclically looking for a ramp. You know, if you do away with this really major like COVID shit, you know, we're kind of due, right? And inflation's the same thing. So when I talk to you about how the Fed is dealing with, and the White House is dealing with different cycles or doing things that are fucking with cycles or could amplify if they carry on. You know, you heard Wall Street say they wanted blanket fucking tariffs in the spring. They wanted it done so you could then make sure that the initial inflation shock is one time only and goes down again, right? So that you could cut into one of these cycles, these inflation cycles. And the Fed now is kind of in a rock and a hard place. They don't want to cut so much this early in an inflation cycle. It's very rare you'd see that. You'd normally see the cuts here. You know what I'm saying? So we're kind of in a pickle right now. Now that doesn't really matter here or there. What really matters right now is that oil is bullish. It's at a cyclical low right now, believe it or not. And it's still early. Now, do I think we go crazy bananas? You know, do I think we go like this in 2008? Probably not. This is the one. This is 2008. Let me show you. I don't know if we can. Yeah, maybe there's a big one right here in 2001, right? But this is a little absurd here, and that's a little bit of absurd as well. This is 2021, 2022. So I want to talk to you about oil in particular. Now there is a monthly. This looks kind of doomish, but it really isn't. Even if this stuff rolls down, right? Even if this like rolls down, rolls up, right? Up here, this is the negative season in here. See this July, September? Something like this. And even if you get that run up into the end of the year and this comes back down here, right? Oil would shoot back down again. I would still be looking for this big rocket ship to the upside on oil. So there's a small trade to the upside here for this seasonal weakness. And then you'd lay off oil again, and then you'd come back down here and you'd wait for it again for this double bottom. And you would ramp this fucker straight up. So this is like a two-part trade. You get like the seasonal weakness part of this trade, and then you also have the ability to jump back in on this between now and end of year, February. But I want you to be paying attention to this as we move forward. I want to be early with this too a little bit. So you get possibly a nice oil bump here, and then I'd be watching this really closely as we head into end of year for a beautiful long. And I say that too because if we top major market top, let's say in December, February, and you're looking for to outrun inflation and outrun hiding your money and all that kind of stuff, you may want to be looking towards oil. Oil may be the trade for you to escape all of this stuff. So on a daily velocity, it looks like it's pretty good. It's being accumulated on a higher frame. And can I catch some kind of a squeeze higher? And this is crossing here. See this monthly, quarterly crossing? I'm going to expect this to ramp back up here and catch that cross to double check it. And that should also make the peak for seasonal weakness and then some kind of down move over here. So this is mid-September. Let's just mark mid-September as an average, okay? If we're looking for a bottom of the market in mid-September, you'd be looking for something like this over here and some kind of a trade higher, whether it's up here, down, up there, and then this down move over here, something like this. And this would be December. Right. December 20th, 30th, somewhere in there. Just baseline. Oh, can do that. Give me that. And something like vicious like that. Could be higher, but could be like right here, but we'll keep it right here for now. I'll make it a little bit higher. Right about there. A little bit more precise. I'll take a look at it. And this is pretty good. And this is $67. This is wherever this cross is. This is 71.30, and this is somewhere up in there, 77.20. That's a 14% move up. That's pretty good. And when these things move, it's fucking fire. It like rockets. Rocket ship up there. So I'm pretty bullish on this right now. Now oil is down today. It's trading 67.20, which is good. Gives you a chance to get in, right? I also want you to see something else here. You've got what we think is a marked bottom, right? Like marked bottom down here, right? Bam, bam. Right? And you got this move right here. So this, what could they call that bottom? Call that like a 1, 2, right? And then this 3 move hasn't happened yet. And this could actually crank. Yep. So you got this like marked bottom over here, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this big move, big potential move. This could also be a corrective move up. So you get like the 1, 2, and 3. And then we get the actual bottom down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then bigger move up higher. Or even 1, 2, 3 down there, and then bigger move higher. So I like this move into the end of the volatile season to the upside. Let's look at this a little bit better. Hold on here. Go into, where's the Discord? Oh, where did she post that shit? Hold on here. Let's see where they think this is going. Yeah, I've got that same thing. I've got higher. I've got 70 I've got 77, not 72. I got $77, not $72. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I don't have that. I got slightly higher. And she's got even deeper down. She's got down to like $45 on here. So she's got us going only to like right here, and then a big collapse down to 45, even lower than I've got. She's got this going right in here as the buy. Yeah, all this move right here wants to come back. Let me go back over here and look. Take a look at it together. That's the she's got 40 here, but she's got it going right here. And that cross right there. That was a little bit higher. Hold on here. There. Check those major lows right there. There's a major low right there. Here. About there. There's one move there. Two. Let me just check the 30-minute.
Voice news disconnected.
We're almost there. Check this one down here. So there's one mark right there, one mark right there. Back to 1 minute. Or 1 hour. That $100. Where's that $100? There. One, two, 3, 4, and then 5. I see why you want that low now. Hold on here. That. Now I see why you've got 72 right there. Now I've got 75 there. There we go, right there. Jesus, look at that fucking pin right there. New high. They bought this here. That's all held. That's good. This is all holding. This is good. A fucking beautiful pump right there.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US Baker Hughes weekly rig count numbers. Total rigs, the prior was 542, while oil rigs, the prior was 415.
2, 3. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down there. This is a corrective move right here. And this has to be lower if it is corrective. And then we get the whipsaw down. This is December over there sometime. Spoo's weak again off that 625. Right in here. Set an alert with me. Hold on here. Set an alert on CL at home for crossing down once per minute. Set an alert on CL on 65.68. I want to see if we can take like this. I want to see if we can take this like with USO up here into middle of September. So somewhere right in here. Set alert at home on CL for I want to do I did 60 I did 65 66. I want to do this one too just in case. Add an alert on that one. Yeah. When's the next inflation report? Yeah, I want to see when this inflation report is. August 12th. Okay. Right there. I want to see if this comes
Trump
down.
on Truth Social says, based on the highly provocative statements of former President of Russia, Medvedev, who is now Deputy Chairman of the Security Council of Russian Federation, I've ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. So adding words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances.
There's CLF for you.
Again, Trump on Truth Social says, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in appropriate regions.
Let me go back here. We're going to look at this really quick as this Trump stuff is going on. Yep.
Just keep an eye on WTI crude oil. Just very small movement towards the upside, quite small.
Yeah, it's getting bought on a daily trigger right now. There's a daily trigger weekly cross. I'll show it to you again. So just right down here. Well, there's a cross. CL's being bought right now on its daily cross. You can see it getting bought right here in the cross. Every time something like this crosses, you'll still see a reaction off this, but I think it goes back down again. It goes 1, 2, 3, and then bam up. There's 1, 2, about there, and then down there. And this should crank. Should crank in here. Crude getting bought on a cross on the daily trigger, crossing the weekly trigger right now. And of course, right on that cross, we've got coincidentally negative news getting a pump on CL. It's almost like perfect timing, isn't it? They did sell us on 625. We're making our way back to the downside right now. We have Doom and Warfares. We also have a pretty bearish cross here in the daily trigger, 1 and 5 minute. There's a target for you on SPY. Look at these bulls, man. No buying here.
Reminder at the top of the hour, we get the Baker Hughes rig count prior 542 and oil rig count prior 415.
We could pin this. This is still a pin, by the way. We're trading 621.74, but 625 is the gamma pin for today. Right in here. People wanting to buy calls.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data.
I think that's gonna be my new meme. Hostage memes. You guys want to buy some calls together? Is that what you want to do? For old time's sake? We can do that.
540 for total recount, 540.
I think if I buy calls, I'd prefer to do it like right at the close. Like right at the fucking close.
It's waiting on the oil recount now.
No oil rig counts. I don't think the CLF goes too far up. I wouldn't be buying calls there. Just wait for it to roll down some more.
25 base points on the day to 3.
Well, it's me.
I'm posting hostage memes in the Discord. People were asking, like, are we buying calls? I'm like, fuck no, dude. We ain't buying no goddamn calls. We're on a hedge, and we're looking for a high to sell.
All you gotta do is
Any high will do. Well, not any high. Highs on bigger, higher than this, but
and save 67% on a subscription.
we're on sell side.
Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Yeah, I got sold calls on FedEx. I'm doing quite well on that. I sold calls on FedEx. I've got hedge on market. I've got. I almost added UPS the other day. Like I was gonna call Blinky up and be like, "What do you think about buying?" I was gonna buy it because UPS dumped too. I'm like, oh, I'll add that because I'm giving this to my daughter, as a gift to my oldest. But I didn't add a UPS because I'm like, I'm gonna immediately have to sell fucking calls on it. But I got hedge on market. I've got that's it. I have some dead calls in here for today that expire today. Some 0 dates, lottos from yesterday. But other than that, that's all I've got. And I'm not adding any calls. No, I'll add longs towards middle of September. But you won't see me doing unless you hit like a major bottom, maybe. That's all I could say. I don't want to get caught in it. I want to have a very green year this year, so I'm on sell side from now into September. You can mark that shit. I don't care where we trade. We could trade back to all-time highs again. I'd still be on sell side. Just sell it down, sell it down. I don't want to get long the market again until 590, 600, somewhere in there with size. I'm not giving my money back. I refuse to. Be none of that for me. Maybe this is bottom bullshit, and then we get clothes ripped off, buck naked. Trump's gonna start a war. No, it's probably so Trump knows the market. So I'm not shocked to see a daily crossing a weekly trigger and Trump talking war to pump oil. If you trade oil, right, don't believe any of this shit. Like you're literally trading like crosses. Period. This like we're in oil season, in my view. Even if we're in distribution on oil, we're like a mini oil season. We should be for the next like month and a half, 2 months, and then oil will resolve itself. The war mongering with Russia will disappear, and then it'll jack itself back up again. December, January. Thanks. Yeah, you should not be buying calls here. I'm going to warn you. I'll say it again if you're a bull. I'm going to beg you. I'm going to like straight up beg you here, okay? I really do care about you. The top for me was Wednesday, Thursday open. I hit the target that I wanted to hit. I'm satisfied as a buyer. I made a bunch of money on that last trade too. Seemed like a way to, cherry on top, sprinkles, whipped cream. I don't even care if we trade there again. For me, that's my bull season. I'm done. Greed kills in this market. It really does. So it kills bulls, bears, doesn't matter. So my warning to you as a bull is, as a bull to bull, right? Or buyer to buyer is you want to be on sell side, or sit on your hands. You might not get to the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger, the daily trigger today, but when we do, you want to be up there fucking teeing off and selling if you can. If you can't, you just hang out and chill. You can do nothing. You just hang out and chill for like the next month and a half. Hang out, learn how to trade, whatever you want to do. And then when we find that seasonal low, you'll know it. And I'll tell you why. You're going to see like a cacophony of news. You're going to see red banners on CNBC. You're going to see bears telling you that the market is over, it's crashing, it's never coming back. You're going to see your fellow traders telling you that. Some of that's only to get a print. Some of it's drinking the Kool-Aid. You want to be the guy just chilling down there. You want to be hanging out with me on that seasonal low, and while you're seeing people's hair on fire, that's when you jump out and say, okay, Cap, are we ready to buy a bottom? Winky, are we ready to buy a bottom? David, are we ready to buy a bottom? John L., are we ready to buy a bottom? Whoever those people are, right, those trusted people, they'll know. They'll be there with me. You want to be that guy down there and be like, okay, fuck it, let's do it. If that means you can't make money, that's okay. Just do savings. You know what I mean? Put your money in the bank. Save your money. Go to work every week and just chill. Just relax, hang out, keep stockpiling, go party, do whatever you want. And you'll see these guys. These guys all know. Like, e-trading shorts. Anyone with like an orange name in the Discord, those guys all fucking know. Like, I have to say that you'll never hear these guys be like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. They'll be like, that's the smartest thing to do. You just chill. It's that easy. On any high, you put a hedge on. That's it. It's really fucking simple. And when we come back, we're going to be here every day, but when we come into that seasonal low, we'll start talking about getting bulled up again. Take the bear suit off. We're going to be like, hey, let's do it. And they're going to be screaming at us. No, bro, it's going to crash. Not those guys, but like the cacophony, like the news and the FinTwit and the, whatever it is, the bears, the true bears, that are looking for burning tires and fucking Manhattan and shit. You just chill. I want to bring up one other thing for you. If you're new to watching this show, if you are new to watching this show, I want you to go back and look at the program that I ran, the live stream that I ran on February 14th at 10:30 in the morning. And I gave this same conversation where I begged, I said, put a hedge on, we're going to roll. 3 or 4 sessions later, market rolled. And I gave the same speech then that I'm giving to you now. If you just chill the fuck out and let us get through this season, there will be a low for you to buy. And you will be ecstatic. You'll be happy. You can get long. And what was that run? It was monster. Now, I don't know if this one's going to be that monster, but it will be something. So it should be, unless we don't mark a bottom and mark a new high. You know, if that happens, you didn't get annihilated. So I'm going to tell you that again, just like that time period. I'm going to tell you today, last time. You just chill. Just relax, hang out, learn how to trade, ask questions. Find a bear in our Discord. Like, hey, who's real sell side here? Who's a good sell side trader? Can we have a beer some night? Can we have a beer? Can we have whiskey together? Can we have a margarita together? Smoke a doobie together? Can you teach me the ways? Use this time as a bull to what Winky does. This is another good example. Ask Winky. Winky's going to tell you, I watch these stocks for this price. I'm interested in this stock for the end of the year. I'm interested in that stock for the end of the year. I want to get Tesla. I want to get Apple. I want to get this. I want to get that. Whatever it may be. And then you start tracking these things. Like, you have work to do right now if you're a bull. Like, I want this and I want that. And I want to watch these things for these major lows. I want to look for the turn in the market in these stocks. Sometimes stocks turn earlier than the indexes too, if you don't know that. Stocks typically bottom first. And then you'll see the indexes bottom afterwards. So you want to be like, you have work to do. If you're a bull, you have work ahead of you. This is the time of year for you to like pick up the book, the books, and pick up the or spend the time watching your favorite tickers for the prices that you want to buy them at, and start saving money and get in on sell side when you can. Like, if you see any kind of big squeezes, you just get up there and you just be a seller. You just sell. And this should last in some form over the next, month and a half, 2 months, something like that. So the calendar of this is, it could be short or it can be long. Let's talk about that too. So there's a window. Okay, the window starts, believe it or not, in June. I know you don't believe that, but if you go back in history, you can see it begins in June. Hold on here. Sorry about that. If you look in, there's like this window, anyways. So there's this window, right? It starts here, the end of June, and it literally lasts to like November 1. Now, do we blast to the downside right away, right? No. It's never the same. We can squeeze, and then give it all back. So all you're looking for is that moment in here to get long. That's it. That's all you're looking for. You don't care when the bulls are done. You don't care about any of that stuff. When you stay with the markets and seasonality to some extent, life becomes so much easier because you're in the lows, you're exiting before anyone gets trapped, and you're patient when it comes to a new seasonal low. Now, there are some rules here to this. If we don't break trend, that's okay to the downside. If we don't break below the daily trigger, that's fine. If we don't break down to the weekly trigger, that's fine too. But you're just looking for that time period, and you're watching more than trading as a bull. And you're looking out for that bottom to be hammered out wherever it may be. Could be down 20%, could be down 5%, could be down 3, 2, even 1. Believe it or not, we could trade sideways this entire, you could literally trade sideways this entire season. It's a small probability, but it's possible. So I would just say, just chill. Patience, chill, sit on the far edges, and you're sell side right now, or you're sitting on your hands. Yeah, find your local bear. I gotta be serious with you guys. And just like in February and in April, when you're down there buying like that, you're going to come into end of year and you're going to be happy. You're going to have a great fucking year. You're going to come into tax season and be like, I fucking hate being taxed. I fucking hate taxes. Fuck you, CPA. Fuck you, attorney. You're going to hate it. You want to be that guy. Trust me. You be a happy mother. Be happy. If I execute a trade, I'll tell you. That's the last thing I'll tell you. In bear season, I'll tell you guys my trades. Like I'll tell you in public. Like if I see a trade or something like that, I'll tell you guys. Sell side, bro. I'm telling you. And sell side. I'm gonna beat the shit out of these bulls, man. I'm gonna take all their fucking money. All these fucking like FOMO chaser fucking bulls. They're gonna give all their money to us. Buying puts? No. Like I'll do like I like put spreads personally. I love put spreads. They're simple and easy. I'll do 0-day puts with you guys if you want. They pay really well. They pay awesome. I do better personally on put spreads. I do. You want to trade futures with me? We can do that too. We can trade futures. We can trade 0-day puts, whatever you want. We can trade calls on inverse ETFs. Let me show you one. This is. We'll look at one right now. Do you like calls?
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
Hold on here. This is a gorgeous one right here. I mean, this is fucking beautiful. Look at this. It's just begging. S-style calls. Right here. Trading $40 right now. Nice little call spread on S-style. Dated for like November 1st. Here's S-style right here. Target on S-style, $68. Do a call spread. I mean, maybe not execute at this moment, but I'd prefer to open these on a high.
21
on a stock market high.
97 spot 4.
So maybe next Tuesday, Wednesday.
Reverse repo operation.
I'd be looking at S-style call spreads. If we can get it down to like $35, maybe. Check this really quick. Yeah, we hit 40 there. I'd like maybe one more, maybe this right here. Maybe even 32. Then right there, buy that. Don't fuck with them right now. Just S-style calls, mid-September. Or not calls. I do call spreads with a target of
Hello, everybody. This is Donald.
$70.
Yeah, it's really me.
Target 67.52.
I'm gonna do a little advert for.
You can bring it in 65.
You're behind.
And then catch the print up to $75, maybe even 80.
Trader, go real time at financial.
Let me just check this really quick.
/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge.
36% trip higher.
It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on.
$68. But from lower. Next week sometime it'll be it'll be like 32 or 35 to 63. But you gotta wait. It's not the time they buy it. Don't be starting trades here. There's another rule here for you too. Do not be starting puts like after the move is already made. Don't do that. They'll take all your money. They're gonna sell you their puts. Don't do it. I trade flies all the time. I don't trade. Do you want to turn the show off and I'll trade flies again? I can do fly puts and fly calls. You just trade them all the time. You just trade the whole fucking wheel. So much more fun. Give it a try. Go back. Trade Spy for long. I don't have the time to do it. You guys think I just pop on the TV show here, and I don't. That's not how I work like 12 to 14-hour days for the show, with the show and working outside of it. I don't have the time. Flies are a retired man's game, in my view, or you're focused on it. I love flies. I love them. I don't even like them. I love them. I used to trade them all the time. I can't do it anymore. I don't have time to fucking manage it. It doesn't make for good show either, which sucks. We have guys that trade the flies though inside our Discord. I love them. Don't get me wrong. I love flies. I can't do it with the show. It's not. That's why you see a lot of shows you don't see like the fly show, do you? You see like aftermarket market briefs, and you see futures traders, and you see day traders and stuff. But sitting here managing a fly all week long, I'd have like 2 people in here with me, you and I. But I agree with you. Who wrote that? JC, I'm with you, JC. I always think, you know what I think about it, JC? Is I'm like, yeah, I was like trying to see how long I would commit to doing this. And I was like, like my buddy Joe was like, do it till you're not happy anymore, or you're not having any fun. And then it was costing me too much money to do this. The show and everything surrounding it, my time, and I was losing on trading. So I'm like, all right, I'll start charging a fee. Plus, there was costs associated and like all this other. I used to do it all free. I'd had like 15,000 fucking members, and it was like sharks and wolves and fucking thieves and trying to like take membership to paid sub. It was fucking retarded. So sorry for swearing. Saying a slur. At any rate, oh, hold on here. Sorry about that. I hit a button. Hotkey. If I ever stop doing this, right? Of course, you'd get the 1 year notice. But if you get the notice that I'm going to quit doing this, I would probably go to doing that. I'd probably look for like a small trading group, 10 to 20 people max, and retire and just trade with those guys for my old age. When I'm old, and be like, you guys want to trade for the rest of our lives and retire together? I think that's my plan. And it would probably be with owning the market, just owning spoos and trading flies. I hope not, man. I'm serious. Like, my thought was I would commit. So once I started doing the Discord and the website, I figured I would do 10 years. I would commit to 10 years. That would put me into like nearing 60s. I'm late 40s right now. So if I get to like, 60, 65, and start hanging out with like, 10, 20 people, fuck around. Don't you think it'd be fun? I assume that enough of us will be wealthy enough that it'll be kind of fun in old age. I don't know. I'm not there. Yeah, I'll have AI. They have it right now. I had a guy from Blackwater Rock, a big developer, very smart, fucking super smart guy. He offered to build me a virtual server, high frequency trading algorithms to trade. I don't think I'll ever do that. Maybe. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think I'm going to be a Luddite when it comes to that. I love like the human. There's something about the human element that I think beats, to this day, beats AI. Unless we get general AI, I guess. Do you think they would end the stock market if we had general AI or no? I wonder about that. I read an article recently where they said that that Wall Street would never allow it. They would always have a human hand. They pointed towards 1987 stock crash as a reason, and then there was another one in 2007, that a runaway quant episode that took place. Um, I posted it on Twitter. I didn't put a headline on it. It's just a short URL. I posted it on Twitter last week. There's no heading. It's just a link, and I didn't put a title on it intentionally. It was a white paper about when it happened last time. I think it was 2007. Wall Street claims that they won't ever not have a human hand. Tether is about to drive the market now. The market right now is already being driven by, if you watch flows closely on the minute, 5 minutes bars, you'd be shocked at the number of computer-driven in and out trading that goes on, like 2, 3 bar, 4 bar trading on 10-second charts, 9 bar, 12 bars on 10 seconds, not 9, 12 bars. You'd be shocked at how many computers are coming in and out of the market with size. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. I think the volume within a 10-second candle is insane right now. Oh, I have a website. It's called tradethetrigger.com. Just go to my website. Tradethetrigger.com. Full service. We've got 24-hour support. We've got bots. We've got a Gamma Bot Pro Tools, right? Like we got like Gamma Bot. We got Tradie Ticks and Unusual Whales. We do briefs, written briefs. We do Elliott Wave for the entire market. We do white papers. We've got a member that helps us with Bloomberg Terminal. And we've got a bunch of shit in development, the development hell, I call it. I've got a bunch of tools in development, fucking stupid hell right now. It's just stuff being written and trying to get it to work with market data. Working on Gamma Suite for you. Still not working. And what else? Got a bunch of ICT shit going in the background. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks for that. Appreciate that comment. We've called this year pretty fucking close, dude. We've done a good job this year, guys. Like calling tops, bottoms, all that shit. We're doing fucking baller. Doing a good job. I might want to buy this close here for $6.25. It's 1:26 in the afternoon on Friday. Let's check this really quick. Let me check something else here too. 2-date volume on SPY. God damn. 6,200. 6,300. 6,300 calls. It's divided here. So 2-date put call volume. We've got a pin here in the market. We've got 6,200, 6,300. So selling or buying 62, selling 63. Now over the next 2 days. Close that. Close that. That. I might buy this close. I might buy it. If we get closer down, I'll buy it. A little bit more down, I'll buy it. Rip. There's the buyers now. Back in, trade it up. We're going to squeeze again. Let's just leave this up. Squeeze risk. Every time we're going to squeeze, I'll let you know. We're going to squeeze again. I already got those there. Right there. I don't know how to write it for the Bears. Your risk of squeezing here. I don't know. I've got I do still have put spreads on. I'm not closing mine. I'm leaving them on. I got time on them. I think I'm going to be waiting until fucking. I'm going to be waiting a couple months. I don't want to lose the premium on that shit. I got those fucking things dirt cheap. I'm stoked. Puts are like ramping in cost or price right now. I want to sell these things fucking fat. You already hit that bottom target, right? Yeah, kinda. Wonder if we can get one more flush in this. Can we flush this fucker one more time? There's the weekly low. Wonder if we can flush this one more time. Leave that right there. What's going on, Stacy? How are you doing? Happy Friday, Stacy. I'm getting you know what's weird too? Yesterday was cool at nighttime, and then this morning it was beautiful outside. I'm like, this is the end of summer. And then I was thinking about this, what I'm doing this weekend. My daughter is getting ready to go to college. And I was like, yeah, what are we doing this weekend? And my wife was like, we got to batten down the hatches, and we got to get out the suitcases, and we got to start packing and vacuum sealing clothes and crap for the daughter. And let me ask you a question if you're out there. If you were married or if you were in a long-term relationship with somebody and you had kids leave for college, did that change the dynamics in your house? Relationship dynamics, any of that stuff? Did you guys go to counseling or anything? Nothing's happened here, but you are fish frying? Yeah, I was talking to my wife about it. I was like, the dynamics in our house are going to change. What are we doing? We have one more daughter that's young, so I got to adjust to that. And then I haven't considered counseling. I asked that because I was looking it up online, and they were saying you may want to go to counseling. I don't like. This is what my fears are. I don't want my youngest daughter to, or I want her to be able to cope with it. I know she's going to go through a struggle with her older sister leaving. I'm also want my daughter to be happy. I want my wife to be happy. I don't really care about myself as much, but I care about them, like how they adjust and cope. What I did read was that it's good to spend time with the daughter or child that leaves, when you can, like have like high holidays, all that kind of shit. Fish frying, what are you thinking about that? And what's weird too is we're gearing in our house for our daughter to leave. So, my wife's like, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to get that done, get this done. So we're already shifting in this house to almost like Labor Day type stuff, like early, like get the yard ready, get this ready, get that ready, get the kids ready for school. We're already doing that. Like this weekend, we start that stuff. So I have this feeling like August is going to be more work, not extended summer. It does change dynamics. Your wife had a more difficult time. Dude, my wife, when my oldest graduated, my wife fucking melted down. She was very upset. Yeah, true. Oh, sex, that's true. More sex, probably. Pesky, what was your experience at home? Did you guys have to adjust? They told me to like start looking for new things to do, new friends, add people to our like hobbies and stuff. More sex parties. I've always wondered about that. Like, how do people? I don't think I could ever. Couldn't do it, but I know people do it. I got friends that do it. I'm like, how do you like? How's everything okay? I got a close friend of mine who's one of those people. Very happily married, kids, everything. I'm like, okay, all right. I couldn't do it. Yeah, swinging, of course. That's what he does. He's a swinger. I couldn't do it. I'm not that person, but I know it's there. As I get older, I got friends that do that shit. Keys in the bowl, make yourself a drink. I saw that movie. Was it Ice Storm or something? I saw that movie. I was like, what is this? What am I watching? Oh, Chase. Here comes the drop, Chase. You are getting a squeeze, bro. But not up. It's probably going to go down, then up. They're going to send this fucker to the depths of hell right now. There's still one more tick here you got to watch. Squeeze risk is right here on the screen bar. You'd want to see a break below you'd want to see a break below this, and then we'll get short right here. Yeah, Poly too, right? I've heard that. What I notice is I do notice I shouldn't say like I can't do it, but I understand. Like I completely like as I've gotten older, I've become way more liberal. Like I'll go on like Reddit and someone will be like, this person wore a white dress to my wedding. I'm like, who cares? Like like my cares of like or my like the things you care about when you're young, or that like I don't know how to explain it. Like decorum goes out the window, or the need for it. You gotta like all the things they teach when you're growing up, tradition and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, of course. Like if you're like my daughter, like, are you gonna have a big wedding? Yes, but I'm like, you should just get married for like go get the marriage certificate and just save all that money. Of course, when you're young, you want all that crap, you know. But when you get older, you just don't give a fuck about it anymore. That part of it, I understand. Like, you have to do this, you have to. You can't do this, can't do that. I don't know what to do here yet. I haven't made a decision. I want to see where price is at the end of the day. See what I'm going to do. My assumption here is that we're in a process of people closing bot puts, sold calls, that kind of stuff. The moment we're done with that, we can get out. And we got a pin on 625, so we're just kind of like bouncing around here. And I'm watching more puts and calls coming into the market. So they're saying the range right now is 6,200 and 6,300. And we're kind of close to 6,200, but we're still at like 62.26. So I'd like to get down to 6,200 and maybe go long there. But otherwise, I have no trade here except for being short the market with put spread. Zero dates today. It's possible. If we can get closer and closer to the close, it's if we stay down here like if we stay down here to like 4 p.m. right down here, we can get down to like 4 p.m. but we're kind of like down here. I'm down for some calls. It's 1:30 right now. This is usually directionally the end. So let me talk to you guys about something here. There's a couple things. Let me show you this. Just for clarity, okay? I want you to remember time, okay? Time, very important, right? I want you to think about what happened in this time they bought this up, right? And they bought it up again at 12, right? We came back down here, and I want you to think about this. Here, let me do something here. Hold on. Let me show you guys something here. Where's my display? Where the fuck are we here? Nope, not that, not that. There we go. Sometimes I fuck this up, but let me. Okay, hold on here. This might help. Transform. Flip vertical. Sweet. Maybe this will help a bull out. Okay, bear with me because I'm looking at this in the inverse in front of me. So I need some okay, here. So you see this right here, right? This is bat wings, isn't it? So what I want you to think about is this prior, in your case, this prior high, which is actually a low. And then I want you to think about time and what's going on in this time frame. I also want you to think about what time of day it is right now. It's 1:43, but it is a Friday, isn't it? So I want you to think about, like, normally if we were up on a day like today, like 2:30 normally, like 2:30 be done for the day, but sometimes they squeeze it up, right? 2:30 to 4. I want you to think about this like bat wing or cup and handle. You can call that a cup right there too. But more importantly, are we bullish or bearish? We're bearish, right? So you want to see that new low. And when I wrote this squeeze risk here, it's because even if you catch that low, you're going to expect a move up here. Does that make sense? Am I doing that right? Yeah. So let me just draw it for you again. Right there. Right? And then there's your cup. And then where do we go from there? Down, right? You see that now? If you were a bull, that's what you'd be thinking, right? Into the end of the day. Let's flip it around and see what it looks like now. Let's flip this vertically. All right. Nope. Did that not flip? Hold on here. Did I do something wrong? Flip vertical. There we go. Now what does it look like? Kind of weird, right? So what do we want to watch into this close? We want to watch for squeeze risk, right? So if we were able to go down here briefly, I'd be wanting to get long up here, and then I'd want to be selling the close, right? And I'm also watching for something else here too, aren't I? I'm also watching for this prior low, aren't I? So here's the low, right here. Wherever this line is, this S3. Why do I want to watch that? If we fail this, in this case, instead of being up, if we fail this low going down, that's pretty bullish, isn't it? It wouldn't do this, would it? It would actually fail that and go where? Up. So where would that go? Well, if you fail this, if you fail to make a new low right here, you're going to go where? All the way back up here, right? To this bat wing up here, right? And we already failed right here, didn't we? So if the way is not lower, the way is now higher up here, right? So you failed that low right there. That would mean if it's not down there, it means it's up here, right? So you can see the other one over here, right? You're talking about making a wing here, or even a wing up here. So it is important to watch. It's important to watch what happens here. Here, we'll mark it. I can see this. You guys can't. On my end, I can see it, but you want to watch this screen. You want to watch this right here very closely. So let's watch together. So I'm sitting here and I'm looking for, do we turn up and fail, or do we smash through here? Now, if we smash through here, we're still going to go up, but it does imply where we're going up, how high we're going or how not high we're going. If we smash down here, no matter where that is, we're going to hold that and go lower. Right down there. And we don't even need to go that far. We just need to go like right there. But we're not there yet, so. If we don't break this plane, if we fail this, it goes way up here. Way up there. It'll start here, but it's going to go higher. It's going to go way, way, way higher. So there's two outcomes here. What do I need to see? I need to see, for the upside move, I would need to see a high. Another high. Then I take it long. 1 in 5 minute trigger cross. No trade. I don't like this daily trigger here either. Yeah, there's a larger one upside too. I agree. I think the real sell, if you want to know where the next sell is, it's way higher. It's either going to be today at the close or it's going to be Monday, Tuesday, somewhere in there. I got no more selling left in me here. Too dangerous. I wouldn't fuck with it. Just think inverse. If you're a bull, just think inverse. Fairly easy. If you're a bear, we're also coming into 2 p.m. So watch out. We can get some real fuckery at 2. So inverse the other side, meaning we could squeeze. If you're in puts, I'm telling you, you got 9 minutes. Yeah, 2 p.m. It should be the inverse. Doesn't always happen, but if it starts, get the fuck out of the way. Start thinking the opposite. You guys gotta like really start thinking like the every bull thing that I teach you, start flipping it on the inverse. It's literally the same trade in inverse. Or similar. I shouldn't say same. There's more volatility in negative gamma, but start thinking about like, hey, what do we do at 2 p.m.? We go risk off, don't we? In a bull run, don't we? Can we sometimes keep going up at 2? Yes. 70% of the time? Wrap it up. Don't worry about the end of the day FOMO bullshit. If it shows itself that we're going to go higher, right? Sure. Like we start like breaking down and stuff, we can chase it to the downside, but generally speaking, 2 o'clock, wrap it up. B-Lub. Should I just start putting the SPY chart upside down? That would fucking work, wouldn't it? Put the SPY chart upside down, we'll start trading it to the left all day long. All the fucking bulls become pro fucking bears. You'll have all the fucking bulls will be in here going, dude, we're gonna squeeze balls here, bro. We're going straight up. I'm like, which is actually down. Exactly. We're just waiting here. This is, if we don't make a new low, this is a good sign for bulls. If there is no new low here, if you're a bear, wrap that fucking shit up because you didn't cut the new low into the close. If you're a bear, you want to see, even if it's just the tip, right there, just the tip. That's it. That's all you want to see. Like literally a penny. You don't care about anything else. You guys ever hear me as a bull? I'm like, I just want the fucking penny. I just want to see the fucking. I just want to see the fucking the little high. You guys see me on the show say it all the time, right? I'm like, are you in the trade? Nope. I just want to see that fucking little tick. Like a bear wants to see. Bear wants to see this tick right here. They want to see that one little fucking tick. Seller wants to see just that. Literally that. You can go below it, but that's all you need. It's literally all you need right there. It's all a seller needs. Why? Because it shows bearishness. It shows that whatever the high is up here, they're going to sell that fucking thing again. fucking hate being a bear. Fucking bears. Fucking get joy out of watching the world burn. That's right. In the inverse. This is completely just the tip. I just want to see the tip. That's it. And if you do see the tip, right, it's possible we could get a nice little doom into the bell. So we can catch like a tip here. And if you catch this little tip here, we could get a nice little squeeze into like fucking right up in here, like 230, 330, and then fucking wham. Sell him the fuck down into the close. Chase will get his bloodbath. If you want to know if we're gonna get a bloodbath in the bell, you're gonna find out right here. This will give you your theoretically will give if you break below that yellow line, you'll see a bloodbath into the bell. But we gotta watch for it. We gotta see if it happens or not. Just the tip. That's it. Just the tip. Not yet though. There's no proof yet. there's no validation. We'll find out real quick. 2 p.m.'s coming up. Hell yeah, baby. I don't know. The Red Sea? Oof. I don't know if I could do the actual Red Sea. Like, isn't it? I thought it was dangerous in the Red Sea. I didn't do too much of a loss. I'm actually, you know what's surprising? This hedge has made me flat currently. So I was down $7,500, but my fucking hedge is pretty good. So I should close. Like, part of me is like, close the hedge, dude. Hedge higher. Watch this real close here. See if they can get it. Just plunge it, dude. Just fucking plunge it. Come on. Just like one rip dip, and then we're out of here. I got a lineups trade. No, not rolling any. Not rolling any positions here. Calls today. Wait for me. Wait for me. What are we looking for here? Where are we at right now? I got my door open right now with no screen or anything. Got like old dogs coming around. So I have insects coming in this house. It's one of those gorgeous days. I got the dogs roaming in and out of the house, doing whatever they want to do. Those beautiful summer days. So I fucking hate calls. They don't pay. There's like no juice in the calls. No buyers to be had. They still have time here, so watch out. They can do this right now in the next minute or two. It might not be exact, so be careful. Just waiting for a jackknife down. Come on down. Get that down there. Almost at 6,200. Not quite there. You want to see it here? Let me get a gamma. Right there so you can see it. If you have put spreads closing today, I think now is the time to close them. I'll tell you what I would tell a bull. FOMO lives here for bears, right where we are. This is where the FOMO is. Can we go down? Yes. I'm going to warn you, though. I tell this to bulls all the time. We're so close to the trade being dead. I would take the money and run in here. Like, there's a real possibility of like a slam down and then a rip up higher. Well, you could possibly get a better print on the close if we make the new low. You could stay in them theoretically for the close. But it's still FOMO land. It's still FOMO land. Boston Bear Company. Well, like the thing with Sam Adams is Sam Adams has a lot in common with UNH, with United Health. The market hates certain things, man. They do. Here we go. Here's some blood. There we go. There, it's opening up now. This is important right here. Want to watch this closely. So this is bad for the market. This is an important moment here.
Stocks extend forward. Yes.
So what is that telling you? So if this was in an inverse, right? If we were bullish here, right? You would want to see this, right? Because we're going to come back for more. You understand? We're not. This is telling you we're not done going down. You don't ever see this in summer for bear bulls, do you? But bears get to do that? Let me ask you that. Do bears get to do that in the summer? Fuck no. Summer trade? They don't get to do this.
Trump directed his team to fire Erica McEnteffer, which is a.
Do you ever see that?
He's saying is this.
You never see that in a bull run, do you?
Trump saying
or bull season, do you?
Numbers.
So,
and also as
when you saw the second leg down yesterday, and then you're seeing this right now, that ain't bullish, is it? Ain't nothing bullish about that right there, was there? Ain't nothing bullish there. So, what are all these things telling you? What does that tell you? It tells you that bull season's probably coming to an end, right?
Trump saying that he directed his team to fire.
Expect volatility. Dude, what is this?
It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay?
They're getting commercials while they're talking. What's the fucking point of this thing anymore?
Trump says the economy is booming under Trump, despite a Fed that also plays games.
Okay, so this implies something else too, doesn't it? It implies a couple things, or there's a lot of information in what just happened there. The first thing is this: we're bearish. I'll tell you right now, that tells you right there. Second thing that tells you is that there's a fair chance that we're going to sell the fuck out of this close. Not right now, but like when we get into like the end of the day today, you're likely going to see this fucking thing burn right to the ground. So we're going to look for that. We're going to get rid of this that I drew, and we're going to look for a into the close low. Put this over here. There's 1500. That was good information. 1530. And we got 1530 and 1600. Let's go look at this together. What I'm going to look for here now is what? I don't care about this at all. The only thing that I care about here is what do we do into the bell? So into the bell, I want to see more down. We've got the equal legs right here. I don't care if we pull up, don't care at all. All I want to see is a weekly low. So what's our next target? 617, 16. And I want to show you something else down here. There is a full-on 2 sigma move right below it, right here. I'm going to leave that into the bell. All I wanted to see was that right there. Don't care if we go down any more right now. I have no cares about this. What I care, only thing I care about here is this right here, and then this down move into here, and possibly even drain this shit down here. We'll just draw that right there and put this over here. So right down there. Right over there. So we check this over here. Right about here. About there. Now we could draw it up here. Bring it up there, just in case. What do you guys? Everyone, no, none of us were way off sides, Chase. We were all on sides, bro. We longed the top, and we're all in hedges, dude. Like our whole community are literally hard, dude. None of us are off sides, man. I'm in puts, bro. I'm in like fucking. I'm in $30,000 in puts from when we were approaching a high on 630. I didn't get quite the best top on puts. We were talking about it on the show the other day. You got to show up more often, man. You should join us in the Discord, bro. I don't know what Chase is talking about. he's getting nasty right now. He said we were all off sides. We're all on sides. Like he doesn't understand that. Yeah, we're going up. He is right. All you needed was the tip. That was it. All you need here is the tip. This is all a bear wants to see is this right here. Like Chase, literally, dude, we've been talking about this for like 3 weeks, man. Just the tip, that's it. No, it's not, dude, it's not freak the fuck. Do you guys not understand? Like, you do not sell here. You sell higher. You sell up here to sell down there. Easy. Jill. None of you guys are like right-handed shooters or anything. You guys, I'm ambidextrous. I can play pool and golf and shoot guns left-handed. How about this? I'm going to take a quick break. This is actually a good time to take a break because we're likely going to squeeze. If you're a bull, I want you to think about this price action that you keep seeing. This is not indicative of bull market, is it? So it's bull market, but seasonally, not price action associated with. This is associated with weakness, isn't it? Oh, you are ambidextrous, right on. So you should be good at the market, at seeing both sides. You should, and that means in your brain you can, flip that shit around quite easily. You should be able to trade both sides quite easily. meet Chase Summer. Don't put that on me, Chase. Nor our community. Our community is called every top and bottom perfectly, so we're good over here. That's all politics. That whole Trump thing is politics. It's bullshit. It's all just that shit doesn't matter to the market. Or that part of it doesn't matter to the market. It means nothing. I told you all this information last week, 2 weeks ago. Was I an insider? These guys, it's all bullshit. It's pure bullshit. All that, Trump, we're gonna fire this person and they cook the books. That's all bullshit. You gotta remember, there's this is Fed futures fund rate. You have 2 or 3 different trades. You know what I mean? You have the reality. You have them selling ohm, and then you've got, the politics, and it's not easy to. I understand and believe. I've said this to you before, right? I don't blame you for not knowing that stuff. If you don't pay close attention to it, it gets abused for, hey, I'm short. I got to sell a story, right? I don't know. I sell doom all day long. I got to write a newspaper. I need sizzle. And then you have the reality. None of that reality doesn't sell newspapers, does it? So, that's all nonsense. That whole thing with the Trump tweet, it's just noise. It hasn't been a brutal melt up. We fucking called we marked the bottom, Chase, and we ran it up. I literally sat here in this fucking show on Thursday, Friday, Monday and said 64.50 is the target, dude. We literally went to 64.27. That's pretty goddamn close. It's pretty fucking close. I've been talking about hedging now for I've been begging people to hedge. Begging. Begging. I you know what I need to do more of? I need to hire somebody to scour these streams so they can do short clips and be just go back and cut out these 15 seconds or 1 minute segments where I'm begging people to do these things so that we can go back on a day like today and be fucking post that shit on TikTok, post that shit on Twitter, post that shit on everywhere and put people on fucking notice. Cause don't fucking rewrite my history, man. Don't fucking dare. You fucking dare. If you guys ever see anybody pulling that shit on public, you fucking set their asses straight. Cause these hindsight trading, man. Hindsight is people get crazy. They and that's at both sides. They're people get really hindsight on shit. You would? RPR 91, you would? Ping me in a Discord. Oh, I'll friend you. Can I friend you? Here. Send me a DM. Fucking, like, Jesus Christ. By next week, they'll be like, oh, Cap was long the entire market. Dude had $500,000 up at, he went long at 64 fucking 25. You fucking crazies. Uh-oh, what are you doing? Wrong way, Spy. What are you doing, Spoos? You're going the wrong way. Joking. I kid. If you flip the chart here, if you flip the chart here, we should go up here. You gotta, all right. I want you to think about where the bears are upside down. They're right here, right? They're right here, right? Hey, right here. And one more down there. Well, you can't see it, but trust me, it's there. Just have faith. Limit down on Monday. Limit down Monday coming up. We're gonna Chase. I'll give you something. What we're gonna do is we're gonna limit down on Monday, and we're gonna crush all the bulls that are long for the rest of for the other 75% of earnings. We're gonna send all their tickers down to zero. It is the best chase, isn't it?
The chief Canadian negotiator in trade talks with the US.
Max Short over the weekend and a Monday and a Wednesday. Just fucking mortgage the kids. The kids love the mines. No, the kids yearn for the mines. Black Monday. You just want me to say it, right? I got to see where the close is. I got to see where the close is. I don't know yet. If the close is nice and low, I would. You guys want an expectation for Monday? So if we close in a low, right? If we can go down there and do that, grab that weekly low down there, I would expect. You ready for this? Write it down. You're going to see a pump over the weekend. You're going to then see a dump on pre-market on Monday. We'll catch one more new low on Monday morning. You'll long that low. You'll trade it up into Wednesday when all the big reports come out, and then you're going to sell the market. Does that help? Where are you going, Spy? Wrong way. Wrong way, Spoos. I literally drew this for them. Look at that drawing. I don't draw as much as I used to, but I think it's pretty close. Right there, downside move, up, up, up. Matters where we go. Like the market's dynamic right now. We're in negative gamma, so there's a lot of flows that come in. So I got to watch the charts really closely and see what's going to happen. You already missed the cruise control bull season, yeah. The only thing that's a good point. So
conversations with the Americans are continuing, and the doors aren't closed.
I got to be honest with you. If you want to get in the sell side, right, the triggers matter even more.
We are noting P500 here start to pair losses, still down 1 spot.
You want to really like sit on the triggers to sell, truthfully, and you want to watch. You really got to watch the. So normally we get a high, like a market high, like, okay, so we got the market high on Thursday open, right? Listen to me closely here. You really want to trade the triggers, but you also want to be marking that high, okay? And we can easily go back there between now and next week. I'm going to warn you of that. Like, we can go back to that 6.4. We won't go to a new high, I don't think. But there's a nice big range to trade, and we can trade right up in there next week. You get a bunch of great reports next week. We could be trading right back there. So if you're on sell side, you want to be looking for, like, if we let's say we reject this. Watch this closely. Watch with me closely.
At financialjuice.com
you come up here, right?
And save.
I want you to remember that one right there, okay? If we hit this one here, let's say right now, you want to see the low, right? And then you want to see a new low to get short.
Huge, very, very big.
It's the same rules as
huge.
Same rules as bulls.
As big as my hands. Bigger.
But let's say we come up here and you don't see that new high or the new low, or the second low. If you don't see the second one, we start going up like this. You're not taking the short. You understand? It's like, I'll walk you guys through this. I promise. I'm good at sell side. I just don't like trading it. I don't like I feel dirty when I do it. I don't like it. And I'll be honest with you too. I've never seen sell side have the edge that buy side does, and I want every edge I can get. I've never seen it. Hedge funds blow up. Sell side hedge funds blow up dime a dozen. And those are the smartest guys in the fucking market, right? Those guys blow up. Like, they make big bank. They make huge returns. But when they blow up, it's epic. Like, it's fucking epic. All your money gone. So I want all the edge I can get. So I'm buy side, but you need to pay attention to rules if you're sell side. Tight. You'll get your ass handed to you. So we'll watch this pullback here. We'll do it together. Just be really careful, guys. Okay, UNH. I was asked to chart UNH. UNH has had an epic fall. I was requested from Basra to look at UNH. What I find most interesting about UNH is I was asked, are we near bottom? I guess I don't know if that's the question. UNH reminds me of
settle at $2.11 a gallon.
UNH reminds me of
futures settle at $2.29 a gallon.
UNH reminds me of
NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $67.33 a barrel.
I just made money on that. I didn't tell you guys that I traded that.
At $67.33 a barrel.
I took that long there.
93 cents or 2.79%.
I took that long there. Thank you for the free money. I didn't pay a ton though. I did make some money back today. I took that. I took that trade. I'm not gonna lie.
NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $3.08.
Me too, Goliath. I just didn't want to say anything on the show because I don't want to. I don't want to fuck anybody's world up. I want to take them on sell side, easy trade selling. It took that long. Goddamn right. That long was Garen fucking teed. Yeah, I'll tell you when to put puts on. Yes. I already told you the last trade. I fucking told you the last trade already. I told you to put a fucking hedge on. I literally drew the fucking thing. I literally posted for you in the Discord the exact trade to put on. Always before, never after. So the next put trade, I'll tell you too what to put on, okay? Promise. I love you. Watch out. Watch out for a reversal up here. We're not quite there, but almost. But they're going to try to reverse this fucker down into the close. Trust me. They're going to try. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? Please be patient if you're a bull. And if you're sell side, you got to be patient. You really have to be patient on sell side. Tell him, Chase. Don't worry about it. I call the sells out. I'll call them out for you. I don't mind. I got it. Okay, UNH. That's what I was talking about. So UNH, there's a lot of consolidation in insurance groups. But when you're the big fucking dog on campus, there are higher expectations of you. One of my favorite examples in recent history was the Boston Bear Company. I'd gone into one of their earnings. They were cranking like stupid. And I'm like, and I was watching they kept like talking about their clear beverages and stuff like that, and how they were going to take over the world with them. And they were pricing that in during that period of like truly beverages and like the White Claw and all that shit. And I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that's real. No one goes like you drink a White Claw with your neighbors and your family friends and your buddies at a backyard barbecue. You'll drink that shit with, no offense, but with women around. I shouldn't say that, it's kind of a shitty thing to say, but and if you work out, if you are active, if you're watching your weight, all these different reasons why and when you drink that stuff. Now, all these companies were like, oh no, bro, they're going to start drinking that shit everywhere. And I'm like, that's no fucking never happening. You go out to dinner, you're going to buy a bottle of Champers, bottle of wine. You're going to get a cocktail. You're going to get, I don't know, something. You're like, I try to cut calories, or I'm hanging out with friends and I don't want to get shit-faced. I don't want to look like a fucking slob in front of my friends unless they're looking like a slob, which most times they're not. So there's like all this like things around why you drink those things. Anyways, they promised the moon on that. And I'm like, that shit's going to fucking burn. So I had been long, like Boston Bear Company and all that. And the CFO came out and restated their guide because they fucked up so bad. And it was like legal fraud. And just like it was like a week before their guide or something. It was like a week before their earnings or something. I got a message that they had insider trading. Like the CEO was selling, the CFO was selling, all this stupid shit. And I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. So I'm kind of angry. And then they gave the updated guide at the top and said, oh, oops, that whole new market segment is bullshit. So it was like legal fraud. There's a few things Wall Street, even though there's a lot of fraud on Wall Street, ton of fraud. They fucking hold companies, publicly traded companies, especially the big ones, to a much higher standard than themselves, and they will fucking massacre a stock, especially if it's really high, and they're looking for that reason to sell. And so UNH, with what it's gone through, right, wrong, indifferent, doesn't matter. They're just looking for a reason, any reason, and that's a good reason to sell. And there's some other reasons too, right? The one guy was like, I didn't like that they gave too much, like they gave too much health care for what they were charging. None of that shit mattered. The Luigi stuff did, in my view. That was enough. Bad book, or not book, but bad credibility. You know, it's whether Luigi should have or should have done what he did. You don't ever bring that bad press to your company. You know, it doesn't mean you treat your healthcare your health insurance recipients well. Wall Street wants you to find a way to not piss off your client or your recipient. In this case, your healthcare recipients. They don't want you to have a bad fucking reputation publicly. They don't want those things. So I thought it was an easy excuse to sell UNH. It was a no-brainer to sell it. If that's the case, and you were to compare like Samuel Adams to UNH, Samuel Adams got taken to the fucking woodshed. Now, saying all that, these stocks are always accumulation and distribution, regardless of what the reason is. They don't care what the reason is. They just want the reason. And if they get it, they're going to do it. And they're going to get an excuse and a reason to sell. In UNH in particular, I mean, this stock, right, had a meteoric rise. This stock had a rise from, let me just take a peek at this really quick. UNH had a rise from the depths of hell in 2020, a low of 177.78. They're currently trading 237.73. So are they close to their bottom? Yeah, I think they're close. You would say I would think that you would want to see at least a trade to 216.11. If you're already down at 200, you might as well slap it, right? Find out what's down there. And as the great Jedi Marcus would say, you rip up the skirt, right, and see what's under there. And if the instigation of that trade was at 216, I'd be down there routing around and finding out if there's really buyers down there or not, right? At least dig down in there, take out every last fucking buyer, and get rid of the entire trade. Take it to completion. So somewhere down in there at like this, like 216. Now, the bigger question is this massive drop that's taken place. If you look at UNH, at home, I want you to put UNH on a weekly chart right now. And we're coming into seasonal weakness right now. Seasonal weakness. Look at the UNH chart on a weekly basis. It's fucking blood red. It should fucking get murdered. No pun intended. Into this seasonal low. It really should. It should continue to go down. Just look at it. It's a fucking, look at it on a weekly basis. That'll tell you all you need to know. It is extremely bearish. It has shown no signs of turning around on a weekly basis. And I want you to, at home, I want you to open a chart of I'll do it with you right now. So here's UNH. We don't have to look at anything. This is an easy chart. You've got your big ass down move down here, and you got your big ass down move right here. Now, I want to talk on this for a moment. Like a week or two ago on Reddit, they were like, dude, this thing's gonna moon, bro. We're taking this all back. I saw that on Reddit on Wall Street Bets. In no fucking way would you ever take that trade. Ever. If you were to get on a weekly basis a turnaround in this stock right here, if you were to get, so I say this to you guys all the time, right? You want to see a marked low, you want to see the high, and then a back test. You got to see the back test first and have it be successful and begin making a new high to even consider closing that fucking gap. Every time. I don't care what time frame you're on. I don't care if you're on fucking a week, a day, or whatever. And we're not seeing that right now on UNH. So looking at this right here, right, you're now marking this. It's not a low anymore, is it? If we were to flip this chart upside down, what are you looking to do? You're looking to back test this again and go even lower, aren't you? And now your stops are right here. That makes sense? In my view. Now, if you're able to recover all this, make the new high, and then make a new high and start reversing it, sure, I'd get on board with you on that. But there's nothing but bear town here in my view. Now, if that's the case, what are you looking for? If you're FOMO in the end of this SPY right here, you want to get out at 623.31. 623.31, maybe even right here. We might do a quick back test on SPY and then one more pump. But we're pretty close to top on SPY. Get out of your long calls if you're in them. If you're FOMO, you're close to, you have a little bit more to go. So this is pretty fucking bearish over here. This is not in any way, shape, or form bullish. So if we're just going to look over here, and you've got this COVID low down here, right? Here's the COVID low, got bought on a weekly basis, right? And this is where it really got pumping, right? I want you to think about this right here. Right? Up, down, up. Here's the new high. Down. Right there, right? That's 250, right? 2 whatever. We'll mark this on this calendar or on this chart. That's where last known buyers were for this whole entire move. Where are we right now? Can I make this thicker? We're underneath it. We're underneath it. That ain't good, is it? That's not good. If that's the case, can I make this line any thicker?
Crude futures settle at $69.67 a barrel, down $2.03, or 2 spots.
That's not good, is it? They're like hammering this stock, aren't they? Slam it down to the instigation, coming back down to take more stops. It's not good. I don't like seeing that. So let's go back and look over here. If they hammered this instigation move right here, this real move, and they're down here trading. Now they're trading down here, right? This is where the bottom is, right? And what's underneath there? There ain't shit down here, is there? You could raise that up right there if you wanted to. There ain't nothing down here, is there? Look at that right over there. Next move is somewhere over here, somewhere over there, and way down here, $11. Look at what's the Boston? Is it Sam? I think it's Sam. This is Samuel Adams right here. They took this shit.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald
from
J.
$1,350. They went straight down to flat. They went to the lows. They went past COVID. Let's look at what COVID looked like here.
Is go real time.
Almost looks the same, doesn't it? Looks pretty similar, doesn't it?
/purchase and save 67% on a subscription.
2020 low.
Big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Same instigation. You notice anything about this? Can you tell me anything about this? Ready? Wham. Wham. This is the same fucking trade. Same fucking trade right there. There ain't no fucking difference in that fucking trade, is there? This is the same bullshit with UNH. What ended up happening? Underneath. 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 And then what did they do? All this nonsense. Can you imagine being in that fucking shit? You're just sitting there. You're just sitting there. Look at that. And then look at this. Fucking bloodbath. Fucking bloodbath. Took it all the way back to fucking, they got it all the way back here to 2019. Let's go back and look at UNH again. Ready? Same fucking thing, right? How would you feel about, I don't know, slow grind down here? Spend yourself 2-3 years down here and then one more leg and then up. Why in the fuck would you want to, why the fuck would you want to catch a knife down there? You're fucking out of your mind wanting to catch a knife down there. So what would you want to see?
20 basis points on the day to 3.77%.
You want to see like some kind of recovery, right? You want to see a new high. And then some kind of like higher lows over time. Even begin to think about a recovery. There are examples of this all over the stock market. There are companies that never come back. There are even companies like this. They trade that once, you'll never see it again. Happens all the fucking time. So you get what I'm saying on this? Like this, I don't need to do any triggers, nothing. Stay the fuck away from UNH. And especially heading into a bad time of the year. You could potentially look at it maybe to go long, maybe in the seasonal low. It's possible you could do some retracing there, but I think that I would stay the fuck away from UNH. Yeah, and I'm bared the fuck up on it. So down, 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 down. I've said it to you just 15 minutes ago. I'll say it again. I said it this morning. The stock market doesn't give a fuck about your company. Stock market is about accumulation and distribution. They don't care. I mean, they care about how good your company is, but it's any reason to sell on a major high like that to reaccumulate it. So, no. It's accumulation, distribution. They're always looking for a reason. If they're up there, they got their reason. So now they have the reason to sell. And yeah, they're not different. I forget who this guy is, but there was a guy that, can anybody tell me who this guy was, the name of this guy? If you can recall this, can you? There was a guy that made a video years ago. He had a company, a publicly traded company, and it was doing really well. And then it became kind of like a meme stock, and he got shorted. His company got shorted down to like the pink sheets, and he had great books, great growth, great everything. And he fell out of favor. The next new shiny object came around that everybody ran to. And he made a video. I forget the name of the company these days. But used to be passed around this guy's video. He was a CEO of a company, and he was enraged that he took his company public. Chase, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing, Chase? You getting all fucking bared up again? Okay, what did I say earlier about this? What did I say earlier about this? What did I say earlier? I said you need to see the first move like this, the back test, and then you get long. There can be a trap here. I'm a bull. I can promise you there's a trap in here for you. You need to see the initial move down, the back test, and then you're Johnny on the spot into the close over here. Don't go early or put stops, one or the other. Fucking teaching fucking bears how to make money. I gotta feel filthy right now. I gotta wash my fucking clothes after this. Wait for the second down pump. Not up pump, but down pump. So, right, I'll draw it for you. You have this here. Right? We know about this already, right? We already know about that. We already know that's going to happen. So you're looking for your first move down, right? Right here. Wham. Make your triangle like a good boy, right? Then we're down. Down, boy, down. Down there. Or you could just get short if you want. Just get fucking short and put stops on. If you get taken for the cleaners for 5 minutes, that's fine. You might not know this watching the show. So I stream to anywhere from about 8 to 10,000 real people every day. Not these bullshit numbers where people are buying views for their live streams. I know who you are. I don't buy straight views. I stream to many different places. So I'm reading chats from there's people watching us on Twitter right now. People watching us all over the fucking place. Discords, blogs, Twitter, YouTube, you name it. Twitch, wherever it is you want to watch us. So I'm responding to people in like different places and different chats across the world spectrum, or the spectrum of this show. So I apologize if you don't. I put 2 chats here. There's 2 chats right there, but there are more active chats going on. So back to UNH really quick. And Ian, that guy, if you speak to anyone in this market that's been in this market for any length of time, they're going to tell you that it's all bullshit. Like, price is bullshit. It's all accumulation and distribution. Like, the market is accumulate and distribute. And the news doesn't fucking matter. It does and it doesn't. Like, fraud matters. Pricing in PEs matter. I mean, some of the fundamental stuff does matter, but there's like, it's still accumulation distribution. It still comes back to accumulation distribution. What it always is. So you tell me the price, you tell me the season, you tell me the date, I'll tell you, we're going to sell. Why? Because dude, we're done accumulating. We made the money. You know what I mean? We're going to take the money, we're going to run. And we're going to go lower to buy cheaper. Greed. Truly. Greed. There we go. Right there's one. You're a bear. You need to hold that right there. Now we're looking for the back test. Right here. I'm telling you guys, like, we don't even need a reason to sell sometimes. If they can't get a fucking reason, they'll just do it. Fucking, they just don't care. Fair point, Winky. I agree. Winky. I think I can actually Hold on, I'll tell you something, Wink. Good.
Goldman Sachs told clients to go long copper a day before price crash.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh God, there's nothing there, dude. There's nothing there. Send it. Yes. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Remember, you got this equal high here. So you gotta like come down here, and then go down there. It's over. What's up, Karyam India? Oh, you got 815 on those. I like that 815. I like that trade, Winky. I like that a lot. You're pretty close. I should just turn this chart upside down so you fuckers can see this. All the fucking bulls will be like, I get it now, Cap. There's my stops. I'm short. I mean long. I mean short. Long. I mean short. Cap. All right, here are your stops up here. Can I turn this? I wish I could do stops upside down here, like right here. You have the initial pump right here. See it? You want to see the triangle trade right here. And right there. You should be getting short somewhere right here. I'll show you here. Here, I'll just draw it out for you. Let's get rid of this. We'll make it easy. There. You have your initial pump right there. That's good. You want to take that one down right here. I want to see that break down there. Okay. There it is. And I would actually like to see it like right here. Oh, you don't get short yet. Oh shit, I should say that. You hold on. You set up the Z Poots here. Trade that you want. You set it up. You open Z Puts here. Open Z Puts. Does that help you guys? So you make your first move down, right? You don't care if we go all the way up here or not. You don't care about any of this. You're just looking for any kind of backtest. Backtest here down, backtest here down, doesn't matter. So as soon as you get this, you mark your first low, right? You set up your trade, right? So this is the setting up your trade part, and you're just ready to hammer the sell button. That fucker right there. Why? Because you're looking for these bulls to fail to the wick. Right? They tried again here. They tried again here. Right? Notice how they're failing. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down, right? So you see the fight between buyers and sellers? Are bulls winning right now? They're losing, right? Now, there can be a trap in here, and it's why I wait for that new low. I wait for it because I know that their stops are right here. A buyer's stop is right there. So you trigger this stop on these guys just by a little bit. Ding! They're going to be like, oh shit, get me out of here. We're down here to the wrong side over here. So you're waiting for this. You're going to see a quick whipsaw and then down. And you're going to be like Johnny on the spot right there, like wham, 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 downside. You put your stops up here. Or up here. And if you get squeezed out, you wait for it to come back down and you close your puts. Reposition yourself. It's the same as being a bull. Let's watch it closely here. And you got to watch this shit like a hawk. Like to the tick. Watch this right here. Let's move that over for a minute. You see that little fucking tick right there? It's literally to the tick. If you don't see that new low down there, they will trap you in and they'll fucking take all your money. They will trap you in. Like, this shit's all computer today. Like, there's high frequency traders in here that are not humans, and they have rules. So, like, they're already set up for this downside trade, but that trade will not execute unless they see that new low. And then immediately, they'll take the trade. So this isn't humans. This is like computers. And there's long side computers that want to go long, too. So they're waiting for their rules to be broken or not broken to execute a trade. So let's watch this closely here. Here's the marked low. Right there. There is good news here, though. You got the lower low down here. That's good for you as a seller. This implies that we're going down into the bell, but you still haven't had that final confirmation. So you shouldn't be in puts right now. I want you to know that. You should have the trade set up and ready to hammer the fucking sell button, but you're not there yet. You do have a bear cross forming right here. Still no execution, though. Oh yeah, they'll trap you into it on a penny. Like these days, I literally, dude, when I'm drawing shit out for you guys, I ain't drawing it because I think it's going there. I'm drawing it so you can visualize in your head what you're looking for. I'm watching the ticks. I'm like, did we get the new fucking high? No. I've been like this market, this over the past like, it's gotten worse the past 3 years, but this year in particular, I've never had to watch ticks strike so close as I have this year. I've had to watch ticks like to the penny. I'm not assuming, but I had a guy tell me that like how they write the rules for this shit because they're trading inside of here too. Like these guys are trading even just inside of these moves. Like they're trading just that, right? They're like executing trades in out, in out, in out, in out, in out. So you can't fuck around anymore. So they won't sell this unless they get the new low. Is my point. They will not sell this. Not in that volume. They won't. You'll have like humans doing it or shit turds and fucking degens and stuff, but the volume of it happening is like rules based. It's hard. It ain't easy. So let's say this trade reversed. You do the same thing again. You're now looking up here, right? Not right now, but you are looking up here. This can actually go down still. Buyers haven't won this. We just haven't sold it yet. But we can go in here, fuck around, stay here all day long. Then you're not trapped in a sideways trade. We can go here and go all the way up here and not get the tick. And then get sent straight back down. Actually, if you didn't get the tick there, I would totally fucking sell that. But we're not there yet. We're just talking basic trading strategy here. But if they get the tick up here, let's say they did. Let's say they got the tick. I would be switching from bearish downside close to bullish close and then be looking for the new high. Now, that's the same thing, right? In the inverse. Would I be buying that long? No. I would want to see the same shit. Back test, diamond, and then set the trade up to go long like right here. The moment they break through this, I'm like, slam the fucking buy button, right? Up here, back test, start running. We're out of there. Stops right here. The Bulls haven't won yet. We're here to make money, right? Money. So just keep watching. No trade, right? Still no trade. Mm-hmm. What are you guys talking about? Verticals? Didn't we talk about verticals the other night? Did we talk about verticals in the show or no? Thought we did. I say that too. I say bot when I should say open. Like it's open, not bot. I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's you know what I wish they had a word for I wish they had like when you say like what's the other one? The one that bugs me the most is what do they say like there's one like verbiage that I hate, which is something about puts like you can't say that you can say like you're long puts, but you, like there's a couple of them. Like one of them is like I'm short this market via puts, and someone goes, "You're not short, bro. You're long puts." You know, that's you'd be short calls. I'll accept it. I won't yell at you if you say that. Say I'm short this market, long call, long puts. Good enough. If you leave out long puts, I'd be fine with that too. I'm in puts. I'd be like, cool. That's short this market. That works for me. It'll piss off a lot of people, but I don't care. Yeah, they got perfection terminology for that shit. A lot of perfectionists. I understand. Get it. All right, we're trying to get back down here again. Watch that low. Don't diddle in the middle. As the fucking real G would say, the real fucking go would say, do not. This is one of the do not diddle in the middles. Do not fuck around with that middle, man. They will eat you alive in there. I promise. They will fucking devour you. Yeah, like naked selling options. I keep it simple too, Wink. Yeah, that's how I'm like Taco Monkey. You know what the fuck I mean. There's something about puts and calls like I'm long calls or that's not long calls. There's something with like puts and calls like I don't know if it's like writing or there's some other one that I oftentimes want to say that I'm something, but I can't say it because it's not actually fact. But I'll try to remember what it is. 3:13 in the afternoon. This is looking sideways right now. There is a just into this close. Let me just check really quick here what's going on. There's a couple of warnings too. First warning is this: you're going to see traders attempt to close their shorts or long puts or sold calls, long puts or shorts at some point today. This is a big move down. I want you to think, even if you got in short or long puts late, that other people did not. And the smart money did not. So if you're looking for more down right now, there's a lot of people that are fucking rich right now from us being down here. And those people want to short from higher. I know you don't believe that, but they do. So I want to give you that warning as we get into the close here. Number two, we have some gamma on the mark. This market lives by 0 dates. So it does. It lives by fucking 0 dates. So SPY, 1 date gamma is at 622 currently. And where's 622? Right here. So there's kind of like a market pin, like right here. Where are we trading? Right here. Okay. They may leave those on into the bell. As the gamma comes off those puts, we could squeeze to the upside. Or we could squeeze down, I guess, too. But these puts are in the money right now. So we'll watch this closely into 4, see what happens here between now and 4 p.m. If you want to, what my take here is, the short is higher. Put buying is higher. This is where the FOMO people go to die. This applies to bulls, bears, doesn't matter. You want to be, like when everybody's happy right now, you want to be short because we're going into bear town-ish kind of right now. So everybody's happy in seasonal weakness and volatility. You want to be up there picking off the highs. How many big highs do we have this week? 3. Three big ones, right? So there's easy places. You're afforded easy places to get short. I don't know if we make this next leg down or not, but if we do, I still think it's FOMO. And I for one think the long trade is better here, even though I wouldn't be long here. If we're in like in positive gamma, I'd just get long right now. But where we're in volatility, we can squeeze. We're straight down to the depths of hell right now to get long. So no trade for me here. I got nothing for you. So yeah. Actually, I just saw what Yuri just said. You could sell puts here to suckers. I think that's a good trade here. You don't even have to go that deep. You could be selling it 6,200 and lower for like Monday, or not Monday, just today. Just sell 6,200s right now if there's any money left on them. Right? Right, Metamorph? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, trade's dead. And fucking FOMOers. Okay, so it's 3:17. I'm going to give you an expectation for Monday, okay? I wanted to see where we were into this bell, but I'm not seeing... Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let me see if I can... Where is... how do I go to it? Can't seem to... There we go. Okay. Give you guys a hand here, okay? Okay. New month, baby. We want to pay close attention to something here. This is August bar. Okay? This is an important bar. Pay very close attention to me here, okay? This is a very important time. I want you to see this right here. This is going to matter down the road. These are all prior months right here. I want you to see this right here, okay? I want you to see this one right here. I want you to see this right here. And I want you to think about like 20%. And I want to see where this tick is down here, okay? I want you to see where that is right there, okay? I want you to remember that for me, all right? I want you to also see this candle being sucked up right now. These are demand coming in, okay? Buyers. I want to go to the weekly. And you see how they're buying. Still demand, right? How do you ruin this demand? You got to go underneath it, don't you? You go under it, then we're going to trade that down there. This is called FOMO in here. You don't ever want to mess with this. I'm on a weekly chart right here, but you don't want to mess with this as a seller. Chase, pay attention. If you go under here, you then want to go up here and sell that down. So positioning matters, right? You don't care if we go down here or not. You don't care if we go down here today. You don't care if we go down here tomorrow or Monday. And you're still up here to sell down here. Okay? You understand? Maybe you don't. You will. You'll lose all your money. On a daily basis. Oh, let me check the weekly again really quick. Daily. Okay. We're in business now. We're closing the door on bulls. I want you to know that. Up here. The chance of us getting above 131 is very slim now. Okay? Very slim. Very, very slim. I said to you earlier, there's a chance that we could go up there and retest this up here. 5% chance of that happening. We can go up here. That's good. That door's shut for right now. And there's more mechanics there too. If we did go up there, that would be canceled. If we didn't make a new low under here, if we made no new low over here and we did trade up here, made a new high, I'd be extremely bullish on SPY. But we're not there yet, so there's no point. And there's no trade on that either. You can accumulate here. You can accumulate here with stops underneath. But there's like if this then that kind of stuff going on. Oh, nope, that's red. That's yellow. We could do this every day, like daily. 4 hour. Fucking everywhere up here. All kinds of stops. One. Red. We could squeeze up here. This room is here for big returns next week. Okay, there is squeeze potential up here, but it's not, it wouldn't hold. I don't think it would hold. Not unless you got the new high. Jesus, look at those 1 hours there. Like a shit ton of 1 hours there, isn't there? Okay, so there's our demarcation line. Now, this is interesting. So, they pump these futures up, right? Come in a cash market. Sellers want to get that low down there. That means that we'll have continuation to the downside down the road. You're not going to see that continuation next week, but you're going to see that. Now, we don't know if this is going to happen. So that's why this is dotted. This is not guaranteed. If you see this over the weekend, that does matter down the road. If you don't see that, you just see the buy here. If you just see the buy, we're going to trade right here. And we're likely going to back test this on Monday. It was Monday, 9 a.m. And then we will, actually we'll go up here. there. And then you'll see the trade. There's the day. You'll probably see that trade up there. And this will, like this slowdown here will tell a different story into August OpEx. This, if we just go straight up here, will tell a different story for OpEx too. This will open the door to going way higher next week. If I had to guess which would happen here, the highest probability trade is this one right here. I only say that because if we still have a bunch of reports next week, it gives this nice big beautiful trading area, and this can be saved. This can be saved for over here. So you can just come in here, trade all this bullshit, right? Be heading down, right? And then we get out of next week and it's bye-bye, thank you for playing, earnings. And then we actually trigger that downside move later on. So, for now, this is your expectations. You were unable to get it done in cash market as of right now. You're unable to get it done. I'll leave this on. They could potentially get it done after the bell here, because we're a illiquid market in weekends and stuff like that. If they wanted to get it done, the weekend would be perfect to do it. And this is mechanical. Like, we're gonna come down here, do this shit now. I don't think you're gonna get it done in cash market. Too much demand. So if you think the way is lower for the rest of, August, this is your trade right here. Now, saying this, whether we go down there or not, or come up here or not, what matters more here? What matters more? Look at this trade. When I make these for you, what is the trade? Is the trade trying to take that short right there? No. You're still looking higher.
Governor Kugler to resign effective August 8th.
You're looking for some kind of a squeeze. Take that leg down. Take that leg down. Just like back here. Hey, we're coming up into 630. Start thinking about a hedge on a high. Not hedge, when a high, squeeze up high. Put your hedge on. There's reasons for that too, right? Puts are cheap, calls are expensive. IV, puts are cheap on a squeeze. Puts are cheap, a little bit more expensive. 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 So if you're looking for, like, if I just gave you this, I know a lot of you would look at this and say, oh, we're going down some more. I should be in puts here. No. This is only used, this dotted line is only used for me, basically, to say, I know we're going up, but we can go down here and it's telling me more information for over there. Make sense? So they're still accumulating here. They're still going to accumulate here. This is just telling me if We're going up here, we're going here. And are we going all the way down later, or are we even potentially going up here to make a new high and maybe even go higher? So how you read these things that I post for you, I always wonder what you guys think of them. I always wonder what you guys think of this stuff, but
hello, everybody. This is
these dotted lines are more, we're going up.
and I'm gonna do a little ad.
As I'm showing you on a solid line, we're going up.
You're behind.
I don't know yet if it's here. I don't know if it's here.
A real day trader.
Both of these will tell me more information down the road. So if you're on sell side, turn this fucking thing off. Doesn't mean anything. Sorry. So if you're a seller, where would you, if you saw this from me and you're a seller, where are you? You're higher. You're fucking higher. You're either right here or you're up here. Now, some of you are going to say some stuff to me like, oh, Kappa, we actually did roll down here on Monday. I should have taken the put. No. When you backtest this shit over and over, you need an edge. I tell this to bulls. How many of you bears sit here and I tell bulls constantly, stop fucking trying to fucking a feeling, a gut this and a gut that. Those fucking people, man, are poor. They're fucking poor. You're already in the trade up here. If you want the second leg, you're going to get a chance at it, likely higher. If you get 1, 2 like this, and then maybe it's bigger, it's still then going to go up here before it goes lower. Like I'm dead serious here. So let's say we go down here on Monday. We come back up here, right? Right? We come up here, we fail it, right? You get your first low. Woohoo, we failed it. Sweet. Come back up here, make the new low. I'm fucking Johnny on the spot for that right there. Does that make sense to you guys? I'm serious. You want to be in that trade. And you want to be down here closing again. Fuck those guys down there doing FOMO for an extra little thing. You could leave a runner on, I guess. But like the meat of the trade is where all the money's made. Do not believe any of these fucking people that are like, oh, I believe in the leave your runners on shit, but not in the time frame you're thinking of. Like if you think you got top of the market, yeah, or bottom of the market, you can stay long, stay short, whatever it is. Long, that's what I like, short, stay long or short or whatever it is. But if you're going like if you're going like wham, 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 you have to live within here. Or you're top of the key and, you know, you're looking for a major low much, much lower or high or whatever. So there's what I think is going to happen. And I really want to be a seller like here. Or even higher, believe it or not. Anyways, that's me. If you want to try to capture that, cool. If it works for you, cool. If you make money, congratulations. I have never, I've been trading for fucking years. And I like to be a winner as many times as possible because when I lose, I lose. And I'm gonna lose 3 out of 10 trades. I'm gonna lose 3, 2, 1 out of 10 trades. So the other 7 to 9 trades, the winners, let's say it's 7. I need 2 or 3 bangers in there. I'm gonna have another, 20%, 30%, maybe even a 50 or 100. But I need like a banger, maybe 2, maybe 3. I really do need those. You gotta start thinking, I got to pay taxes. I might go through a string of losses. I made 20 great trades and then 6 killers against me in a row. So when you're thinking about money, and then I want you to think about setups. what are the choicest setups? You know, like scraping for fucking pennies down here is a choice setup? Fuck no. And let's just pretend that we lost all of this. Do you know how many great bull trades I've missed? Tons. You know, so it's more a matter of, is this trade perfect for me? Is this trade hitting all my rules? Is this trade clean? You know, am I going into like an event where it can go any direction, up or down, where I got to break out a fucking crystal ball? Why in the fuck would you want to do that? Why in the fuck would you ever want to break out a crystal ball? How can you, like, I mean, I get 50-50 is pretty good odds. It ain't Vegas. But we're not in fucking Vegas. Trying to make a living, man. You didn't fucking have a normal job and then decide I want to get rich and then said, oh yeah, fuck that. I'm just going to become a fucking degenerate gambler. No. You're going to take the best fucking trades and you're going to miss some great wins. And you're going to also, though, miss losing the edge that you need to have. You must have an edge because you're already going to lose by the law of averages. You're going to lose. So you have to have everything on your fucking side. So when you take an L or you degenerate something, it's okay that you did lose that. I took an L. It's okay. I did some lottos. I know I could lose those. The odds and edges against me. But the choicest trade is higher. I assure you of it. And we may do this today or Monday. We may backtest just this and go higher. We may come down here. We could come right here tomorrow, Monday. They can hold this on Monday, right? Wake up on Sunday, Monday. They come all the way back down here Monday pre-market, and they hold that low. Fuck you and your puts. You can be red all day Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. We're right fucking here. You got killed on theta. You got killed on direction. You're short with your dick in the wind all weekend short. You're out of your fucking minds. Forget puts. I mean, like short market. You're out of your fucking mind. You get blown out. There's like no reason to be short here, in my view. And you're going to get a bunch of information. You're going to get a bunch of information today, Monday, and Monday morning down here. It's going to tell you a lot. It's going to like write a book for you. So for me, at least, trades higher on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And don't forget, we got fucking Do we have like 1,000 earnings Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Do you know that? Like 1,000. 85% of those are going to fucking be green. 85 fucking percent. We're in the season of volatility. I told you that we're not in the season of bear yet, are we? August returns are low. They're not red. They're just like neutral. September is bad. So if you didn't do this now, and you did do it later, and maybe we do bleed into OPEX of August, but then you start to get the triggers, right? Okay, so we staircase down. We're going to get rid of all this bullshit over here for earnings, and then we're going to nail you down there. Then we're going to slam you down. You could get ground out here for like a whole fucking week. Annihilated. Don't do it. There's your weekend expectations. Does the community understand this? Forget the free people watching right now, commenting everywhere else. Do you guys understand this? I mean, you can get eaten. I mean, if you're in a put spread, you're not going to get eaten alive. But if you're in like puts and shit and short, they could eat your whole lunch in here. Just don't even do it. Don't bother. If you're in a put spread, you're already good, right? One from the top, and if we drop over the weekend, we go down fucking 3% by Monday morning. You're already covered. You're already in a put spread. You're good. Woohoo! I'm rich again. All right, cool. Do not get annihilated in here next week. They're gonna fucking eat you. They're gonna grind your ass. And you're only really watching right now. Do we get the low? Do we get the low right now? Do we get the low over the weekend? Do we get the low on Monday? That's all you're watching for. That's it. We can get the flush. It's possible. It's possible to do it today. I still think it's FOMO land. So, and this is a pretty big thing right here. I want to tell you something else. If you don't understand this stuff, that right there is a big, 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 like how we had the big high. This is as big as that is. This is the doorway to lower. How do you get that doorway to lower? Probably over the weekend. They'll bring it back up before you ever get to realize it. It's probably even more apparent later next week, like Thursday, Friday, if we're gonna do that. So, no, there's no trade here, unless you're already in one from the top. This is very dangerous for a seller. This is mechanical bullshit. So there you go. There's your expectations. These are preliminary too, but there you go. I hope that helps you out there, and that you're. I hope if you're not in our community, I hope that helped you today. Thank you. I thought someone got fired today. Not quit. What did I read up here? Someone's being fired. What I read? I'm reading two different things here. Who else got fired today? They fired Dr. Erica McEnteffer. That I read that to you earlier this morning before he announced that publicly. I read that to you this morning about the Biden fudging the jobs numbers. Kugner quit. Oh fuck. Yeah, I heard that they fired somebody else. All right, thanks guys. Thanks Blitzwitz, brother. Yeah, don't fuck with that shit, guys. You want the baller banger trades. This isn't the baller banger trade. Don't do it. Don't listen to these fucking weirdos talking about limit down Mondays and bullshit like that. Even if it happens, don't bother. Just don't like never happen. Prime choice setup trades. Prime setups. You take what you need and you walk out. Put the money in your pocket, walk away. Stop following the crowd. Be your own. Trust me, you'll have fine women in your life. They'll love on you. Like, you have good friends in your life. You attract everything great in life. When you ride your own fucking horse, man, do that shit. Don't be fucking turn off Twitter over the weekend. Literally. How about this? You want to do yourself a favor? Turn fucking Twitter off. Turn off the news. Turn off fucking all that shit. Meet me back here on Monday. It's not prime setup. We can go down. It's just not prime setup. It's just not perfect. You want perfect. You want fucking. Matter of fact, this shit might squeeze right now. I don't like it. I love prime setups. I love just like that earlier squeeze we had there. When I drew that in and I was like, they want to get the tip down here, right? Just a tick, and then we're gonna squeeze. Like that was a prime setup. It's a fucking prime setup. And they set this up early. Let me get rid of this really quick. But hold on, let me post this to the Discord. Hold on. I gotta hook up my bros. You know, you guys don't have to do that stuff. I'm telling you, there's no need to win every fucking trade. There really isn't. There's no goddamn reason to win every trade. You don't have to be there for every fucking trade. You don't have to take every fucking trade. You're like weighing the risks, rewards. Don't do it. Don't fuck around, okay? You had a setup here. This is what I want to talk about. So you had, I want to show you this too. So you had this right here, right? That looks great. You didn't get the new low, did you? We did it together. You didn't get the new low, did you? I was like, you set up the trade to go short into the bell. Did it show itself? Nope. So you didn't even get, I mean, I want you to think about like, even the past like half an hour. We saw the squeeze, right? We took the trade. We came back down to set up the short into the bell. Did it prove itself? Nope. So we didn't take it. So think about this. You didn't fucking blow yourself up on a downside close, did you? You need this to be prime. If it's not, you don't execute it. And what are they doing to you right now that didn't show itself? What are they doing? They're squeezing your tits off into the close, aren't they? Look at them. Do you know why they're squeezing your tits off? Because some asshole didn't know what they were doing. Don't do it. Stick around. Keep watching this show. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Please like and subscribe these videos wherever you're watching. I'd appreciate it. If you ever see anybody out there fucking with me on public, tear him a new asshole. I give you permission to. Just tear him up. Don't have any fucking fear about high follow accounts out there. You see somebody with 1 million followers, tell them to fuck right off. I'm serious. They're just mad. They're just mad. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're buying the clothes. That's what that, see that yellow, that white line right there? I'm gonna buy the fuck out of this clothes. I'm with you, JC. They want limit down Monday, right? Don't, even if you're a bear, don't drink the Kool-Aid. I wrote that in the brief last night. I was like, you can be a bear, just don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. Be a realist. I don't drink the bull Kool-Aid. These motherfuckers are like, you're like, we're going there, we're going here. And even if we do, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I ain't jumping on that train with those guys. Like, don't get on the train with those motherfuckers. Like, you just trade your own trade. Literally, trade your own trade. Seriously. Trade like I trade. Change your life. I promise. People here hang out with me in real life. I'll blow 10K on you without blinking an eye. Like, you want to live like that? Trust me, ain't nothing like that. Well, don't even blink. Then I hang out with people like that. There are people in this group that are fucking filthy rich. They got bank. They trade like this. They know what the fuck they're doing. So believe that. Believe that. Markets don't bottom on a Friday. I'm thinking about is Wall Street right now, the movie. You're gonna get caught you're gonna be the hole one of these Fridays, bud. I'm telling you, maybe not this Friday, but one of them. What does Vol Wiz say? Smashing fucking volatility. Do not get caught while they smash volatility. Don't do it. I'm not gonna do it. To manage them, fuck yeah. On a high, take the long side off the trade. Whatever bear spread you're in, whatever the long, if you're selling or if you're buying calls or if you're selling puts, on a high, cut that shit loose. If you can afford it, but you might not be able to afford it. If you've got enough margin, you can. Or if you open the legs separately, you can. The other way to manage it would be to add. The way that I do it is I leave my hedge on and I start getting more aggressive. I start buying like puts, day puts, fucking weekly puts. I get fucking more aggressive put spreads. Yeah, don't do shit. You just stay in your hedge, stay hedged. The next put, we'll trade it together. I'll put one on with you. We'll just keep stacking them and stacking them and stacking them. We'll get some good prints, I promise. Okay. Don't follow these guys. Please believe me. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. The move's already been made. Does not matter. Don't do it. Don't touch it. Yeah, Ad man, I got you, brother. Don't do it. We're here to make money. We're not here for street cred. We're not here for internet fame. You know, if we sit here and call tops and bottoms every fucking day, it's gonna be, you know, you're all of a sudden you're a god, then you're fucking bullshitter, then you're fucking god, then you're can't be relied upon. You just take the nice, easy trades. You always look good. You make tons of money, you'll be a happy guy. You don't need it all. Those are all FOMOers, dude. Stay away from the FOMO crowd. They're all fucking gambling, degenerate, poor people. Don't do it. Just hang out. Expectations are in the market chat. I posted them. Posted them. I'm not on the limit down trade. I don't want nothing to do with it. I want zero. The only thing I want to do is come in next week, find a high, and sell the fuck out of it. The same thing as a bull. Every week you come in and you look for a low to get long, right? You want to come in for a high to sell. That's it. That's the only trade for next week. You can't read? I just said it. Look for a high next week to sell. I don't care where it is. I don't care if it's lower. I don't care if it's higher. I don't care where it is. Look for a high to sell next week. I gotcha. Don't fuck with it. I'm telling you. Like, trade that shit 10 times out of 10, 100 times out of 100, 1,000 times out of 1,000. You spend fucking 20 years in the market. You're going to go, oh, I got it. I get it now. 622. We're pinned here, by the way. Into the bell. I just had new numbers come across. We're super pinned. We're like pinned sideways right into the bell right now. They just hammered the market with a bunch of puts. Someone just did just now. They just hammered the market about 5 minutes ago. They just hammered it with 622Ps. Well, 1 dates for today. Someone wants markets saying right here. I might grab some calls right now. Stay there. Don't go too high yet. God damn, calls are buku expensive. Break on through to the other side, yeah. Yeah, JC, that's the better trade, dude. Even if we were to blood the whole weekend down, it doesn't matter. And you'll probably see another note here. Over the weekend, you're probably going to see red weekend Dow. It means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It matters until 6 p.m. on Sunday, Eastern Standard New York time. That's about it. CFDs. That's it. I don't see 575 at all, Chase. I think if you see 575, it's going to be after a major bounce off 590, 600. You're going to see the market go vertical on 600. It's going to literally rip your fucking face off. And when it does, at the top of that, if you reject, then I would say put on that trade to 575. I don't think you're going to 575 near anytime soon. Yeah, it ain't happening. And if it did happen, it would take a lot of fucking work. We ain't slicing down there. No fucking way. And anyone telling you that is out of their fucking skull. Or they want to print 590, 600 so they can get out and leave you with the bag. That's the other thing that fucking pisses me off. They like want you to eat the bag on that. It's not hoping. What they do is they'll tell you we're going someplace. And it's so that you eat, so that you are the bag holder. So there are guys like Bill Ackman is one of them. They provide liquidity to the market. So the dealers and shit. So like you got to spin a story that we're going to go a certain place. And they'll make a deal with Bill, like we want your money, we'll give you a few points, and we can guarantee you that there'll be buyers there for that position. And so, of course, you're down there, everybody's loading up on that shit. He's selling them to them, the dealers just go fucking, we're gonna ramp this fucker and burn them all down. That's why I fucking hate those like targets that are not reality yet. They can be reality, but they're not yet. So you will be the liquidity down there at 990 and 6,000. They'll sell you those 575s. We can go down there, but not until we go back up and burn them all. And then Ackman gets out. It's not how it happens. Okay, 4 p.m. Have a great weekend. Don't go crazy over the weekend. If you're a bear, you have fun. But for the rest of you, don't literally stay off the rabbit hole. Don't drink the crack. I'll see all of you guys on Monday. I can't wait to see you then. I think we called the top pretty well, so we got our targets for the upside. We all got paid. I got paid fucking big. Your hedges should be printing well. We've got a big week ahead tomorrow. We've got no real news, a little bit. We mostly are looking forward to earnings next week. And I'll see you all then. All of you Reddit buyers, congratulations. Anyone that was long Apple, congratulations. You didn't get taken to the woodshed. We've done pretty good around here. On average, we're doing 70% or better. So I'll see all of you guys on Monday. Wish you well. Oh, yeah.